on his lap, cigarettes curling, smoking his political trap. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. He's a Republican dragon with his truthful slight, fights the battles unseen in the shadows of the night. From policy to passion, he breaks it all down, giving a voice to the voiceless, wearing his crown. Caffeine-fueled mornings, the smoke curls dance, Puppy at his feet, giving life one more chance. Through algorithms and bias, he cuts straight and clear. Michael's roar echoes in the hemisphere. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. No sound bites allowed is his ultimate creed. A dragon's perspective where facts are the seed. Standing tall on his battlefield of thoughts, guarding the truth that others forgot. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough.
Hello, everybody, and thank you for joining me. This is No Soundbites Allowed. I am your host, Michael Voss, and today is November 16th. It's 2:32 in the afternoon, and I hope you're having a great holiday or a great Sunday. We're getting ready for Thanksgiving here in the United States. It's a major holiday for us, and we are seeing that reflected in our politics at this moment. It's basically the vacation time for most of the politicals, most of the pundits, and that's why we're seeing a slowdown in the news media. In fact, news media who have been looking to demonize MAGA, America First, Donald Trump, the United States in general, they've been somewhat in a lull of news media. They don't really have a story to focus on, and so we're getting a repeat of the tried and true stories, and I'll go into that in more detail in just a moment. But there are news stories that are worth talking about that you probably haven't heard about, and they are going to affect 2026. They're going to affect your life here in the United States and overseas. So we will talk about all of that. And the reason why we do that is because we believe in the First Amendment. We believe in your right to be able to speak about all of the issues that matter to you, because it's not just a constitutional right. It's not something just in the United States. It is your God-given right by birth anywhere in the world that you can speak about the issues that affect you and your nation and the rest of us across the globe. And so on this program, we look forward to hearing from our over 100 countries, audience from over 100 countries around the world, to hear what you have to say about each and every one of these issues that matter to you. And I hope you will enjoy joining us as we continue our 20 years of doing political commentary and our 8 years on this Sunday live stream. That being said, if you are new to the channel, I want to welcome you and say hello. I thank you for being part of my audience. Whether you're going to be here on the program for 5 minutes or 5 hours, it doesn't matter. I'm happy to have you here with us as long as you can be. I want you to know that we deal with long-form political commentary. We don't do the 30-second sound bites, the minute and a half that you get on your nightly news, whether it's on cable or on regular television, where they just basically give you a headline and then they move on to the next story. No, we actually delve into some of these issues and the consequences that they will have on each and every one of our lives. And we look forward to your input in that conversation, whether that's with a super chat, a Rumble rant, you reach us on the live commentary or after the show, and you have it in comments. We always like to interact with you because this is a conversation. It's not a lecture. It's not me just speaking into the ether. It's me speaking with you and getting feedback from you. And we look forward to that every single time. So, with all of that being said, because if I don't say it, no one else is, it's not like YouTube or Google are going to help me reach out to you guys. In fact, they would do the exact opposite. We look forward to hearing all of your feedback and all of your comments. So, let me start with something that I mentioned as we were doing the intro here. We're basically in the summer politically for politicos, individuals who work on campaigns, many of the members of elected office, the news media in general. This is the time, this month, this time period between right after the election up until about the new year is relatively quiet. A lot of news doesn't, unless there's some world shaking event, most of the news is very tame, very bland, and not very specific. And we're seeing that right now in the news media. And that's because approximately 2 days after the elections here in the United States, the public generally, attention to political issues falls off of a cliff. I've been doing this for 20 years. Every year, it's always the same thing. Doesn't matter if it's a presidential year or a midterm or an off year. Once the election, once we know the results, then public interest drops off of a cliff and people go back to just occasionally watching the headlines to get their news and occasionally checking into whatever format, whether it's Fox or CNN or ABC. They occasionally watch that. And political junkies, we keep up with it. Those who are involved in politics, we keep up with it. But the public is back and forth, and it depends on if something is interesting. As an example, when we see Hamas had their act of terror on October 7th of 2023. That, of course, was the story, and everyone got back into. We saw the entire world paying attention to that because that was breaking news. It was groundbreaking. It had a lot of impact. But prior to that, it was all quiet. We weren't talking about a lot of that information because this is the dead season. And because it's the dead season, what the news media has done is they recycle older stories that they just ignored because they had other things to run on. So here in the United States, as an example, we started the year off talking about climate change. We started the year off talking about the Epstein files. And then we went into tariffs. We went into shrinking the government and people being laid off and fired. And if Trump could do that, we went into mass deportations, which is what Donald Trump was elected to do with over 70% approval ratings behind that mission. And we were seeing the Democrats fight for illegal aliens, going down to El Salvador, fighting to keep illegal aliens in the United States as much as they possibly could, and also starting fights with law enforcement like ICE. We saw that in California, Southern California mayors, where they were going around and actually reaching out to gang members, the Florencia 13 gang in particular, and asking them to engage in active fights, physical violent interactions with ICE and other law enforcement to allow illegal aliens, many of them gang members, many of them from foreign nations, to stay in the United States. I don't know why they think that was a good thing, but they thought that was a good thing. And they did that, as we reported. And as you now know, it has been verified in the news. So that was the news that was keeping everyone's attention up to the midterm elections. And then once we got to the midterm elections, now that we've gone through that, Virginia went blue as expected, although the AG race with Jay Jones, a man who fantasized about killing children in the arms of their mother because he didn't like the political preferences of that mother. He's a Democrat, she was a Republican, and he fantasized about killing her children in her arms just because she was a Republican and he wasn't. And he won. I don't know how, but he won in Virginia. It's mind-boggling, but he won. And we saw New Jersey, a bluer than blue state, also went blue in their governor's race. Not that much of a shock, although there were 13 bomb threats at voting stations across the state on election day. That's massively unusual. That is something that needs to be further investigated because something is wrong with that. That doesn't happen in any state, let alone a bluer than blue state on an election day in a race, the New Jersey governor's race, that was expected to be within 3 points by every major news media analyst, had that as a dead heat, and it turned out to be 9 points to the win for the Democrats, but there were 13, not as well reported, but 13 bomb threats at voting stations, and they tended to be in areas with higher Republican turnouts. So that's questionable. There's something there. But again, New Jersey went blue. Not really a surprise. New York State went blue. New York City went blue. Who would have imagined that? It's got one of the, in fact, the Bronx is the single county, the bluest county in the entire nation is the Bronx in New York City, and New York City went blue. Went for the Democratic Socialist, Zoran Mandami. Who was surprised by that? No one. We knew this was coming for months. But the news media said, oh my God, this was the greatest win for Democrats since almost forever. It means that Trump has no power whatsoever. MAGA has failed. America First is over. The Democrats, and in particular, the Democratic Socialists and Progressives, they're going to sweep over everyone, and that's it. It's all over. Yay, Trump loses, or something like that. And then we saw the infighting amongst Democrats with the Democratic Socialists of America, where Democrats, the mainstream establishment, like Chuck Schumer, Nancy Pelosi, Dick Durbin, they're trying to reassert themselves and saying, no, we actually control the party. And Democratic Socialists like AOC, Ilhan Omar, Hakeem Jeffries, even Zoran Mandami were saying, no, they have the control of the party. And so that played out. And now we're in this point where, while we're still seeing how those stories work themselves out, there's no other story. There's nothing to attack Donald Trump on. There's nothing to attack MAGA on. The Democrats have problems. They have no leadership. They have no focus. There's no issue that they are targeting that has any kind of support, wide mainstream support. So there's nothing for them to focus on. There's nothing to attack on. They're dead in the water, essentially. Republicans, for their part, are trying to figure out how to win in 2026. They're getting ready for the midterm elections. They're trying to figure out how their candidates will do well. And those who are in trouble are coming out early and having their campaigns start immediately, rather than what we traditionally have seen is if a candidate like Elise Stefanik has $2 million, 45 different endorsements, the support of the president, and she's holding an office in Congress right now. Normally, she would announce her campaign late January, early February. Traditionally, that's when it would be done because she has the name recognition. She already has the advantage. It's not like she would expect to have others try to primary her. So, and even if they tried, she has more than enough donations and name recognition and support within the party. Wouldn't be a problem. But instead, Elise is coming out now. This week, she's come out with her website. This is the second version, about to become the third version of her website is going to be implemented. And we're seeing that she's already putting her money and her teams out there to try and build her up. Why is that happening? That's a good question. We're going to get into that in a little bit. So in this lull, When there's no focused story, what is the news media going to do? How do they address this? Because they want to keep the idea that Orange Man is bad. They keep pressing that, but they have nothing to press it with. And they're trying to find a way to rally their people, even as their party disintegrates, with the Democratic Socialists trying to take over. People like Nancy Pelosi seeing the writing on the wall that the established Democrats are losing power and they have lost the faith of the rank and file Democrats after losing elections, after their backing of Joe Biden and the reveal that we were lied to and that he was a part-time zombie president. Kamala Harris being put up because she's black and a woman, and we find out, but she's also unqualified for the position of president. Yeah, they lost faith with their constituents, and the public was not with them. So the establishment is going away. Who's filling that void? And on what topic? The media said, well, we've got nothing else. Climate change. Suddenly, climate change is back in the news. And, of course, the Epstein files are back in the news. These are stories that you haven't heard about for months, 6 months. There's been no news. No one's talked about this. You and I may have had conversations, but the mainstream media didn't talk about it. The politicians didn't talk about it. They didn't care. Why? These are their backup programs. When they've got nothing else to talk about, well, here's climate change. You know, something that we were told for 4 years in a row by the Biden-Harris administration is the most important issue in the world. It is the top priority of their campaign, as well as the top priority of getting back the hostages, and the top priority of renewable energy, and the top priority of fixing the economy. In fact, everything was a top priority for the Biden-Harris administration. But of those multitude of things that are top, climate change was a top priority. And yet we haven't heard anything about it virtually all year long until now. We haven't heard anything about the Epstein files, a little bit back in March, and that was because of Republicans pushing the issue, not Democrats. And then that hit a brick wall, and no one talked about it. But they have nothing else to talk about. So now they're going to put out those stories to keep us occupied and arguing until Democrats can figure out who's the leader of their party and what's their focus, what can they attack Orange Man bad on, and Republicans can figure out what is they want to do for 2026. How are they going to maintain the midterm elections, maintain their seats, and try to continue with the momentum that the Trump administration established in the first 3 months of his presidency as the 47th president? How are they going to extend that as he becomes a lame duck president? So we're going to get into a bunch of those little things. Now, I do see the comment. Thank you, John. John is the first one to comment, and he's reminding everyone, please like, share, subscribe. These are important things. We want to get to 2,000 subscribers, not a big ask. We're looking to get to 2,000 subscribers by the end of this year, something that could easily happen. All you have to do is share this program with 1 or 2 of your friends. All it takes is you hitting that subscribe button, and we'll be at 2,000 subscribers. That helps us get elected officials onto this program, like we had Larry Sharp on. We've had Don Brown of North Carolina. He's a candidate looking for the Senate. We've had various candidates on. We can get more of them on a more regular basis. As long as you just hit the subscribe button, we 5-10,000, I'll be able to get people like Zoran Mandami on this program to answer questions that you have. In addition, and you can see this scrolling right below me here, we do not trust Zoran Mandami as mayor of New York. We believe he is going to destroy New York State's economy, not just the economy of New York City, of New York State. That we will lose billions of dollars. My estimate is we will lose about $5 billion within the first year of the Zoran Mandami mayorship of New York. And that's because if we only lose 1%, if only 1% of the people in New York City, 85,000 people, if they're only making $100,000 a year, which we know they're making more on average, the middle class, the upper class, make make 5 times as much of that. But if we only go with $100,000, New York State will lose $2 billion as they move out of New York City. And we know that they are in the process. Since the day after the election, they have been ringing up and calling up all the realtors across the nation, in particular in red states. They are leaving. Those are conservatives. Those are Republicans. That's a bad thing for Republicans, the New York GOP. We can talk about that in a moment, but they're leaving. They are absolutely leaving. Businesses are leaving. They've told us that they were going to do this, and they made their preparations, and we are seeing those preparations go into action. Unlike people like we were told forever, Rosie O'Donnell would leave because of Donald Trump. Hollywood moved because of Donald Trump. They didn't leave. Well, the conservatives, the Republicans, the independent businesses, small business owners, they are leaving. They are leaving. And that means we're going to have a lot of problems here in New York City and in New York State. So I'm putting my money and my mouth behind helping the homeless, helping families, helping veterans, because I have been homeless. I've lived on the streets. I understand how that feels, and I rebuilt my life. And I want to give that opportunity to other individuals as well. And so between now and the end of the year, up until December 31st at midnight, every single dollar that we get in, whether it's from a super chat, a Rumble rant, whether it comes in from PayPal or Patreon, whether it's someone going to our Zazzle store, however money is provided to us, that net 50% of whatever that is, we are going to give to the Jericho Project to help veterans and families and the homeless. Because I don't trust Zoran Mandani to get anything done. He will speak a great story, but he won't do anything to actually help people. I want to help people. We're going to raise money. We did it back in April on my birthday when I did a 12-hour marathon live stream. And we're hoping to, in the next 2 months, by the end of the year, I would like to raise $2,000. 2,000 subscribers, $2,000 for a check for the Jericho Project in January. That's what we're looking for. I hope you will help. And I can see that John Lashcombe helped with his $20, $19.99 super chat. That's $10 going to the Jericho Project. That's another $10 going to there. You can help us get there too. All right. And again, I got to say these things because guess what? YouTube, Google, they're not going to help us. And they don't care about the Jericho Project. They don't care about helping the homeless and families and veterans. They don't really do any of that because they don't care. And in fact, they don't want me to talk about that because YouTube wants the money. They don't want veterans to get the money. They want it. So, and that's why I don't have memberships, by the way. I don't have memberships because that's money for Google and YouTube, not money for issues like the Jericho Project. So that's why I don't do that. But that's another story altogether. All right. Let me move forward. Let me start with something that I think, and by the way, throughout the entire show, at any moment, if you disagree, if there's something that you want to talk about that you think is important, just let me know. Send the super chat, send the Rumble rant, tell Mike, hey, I want to talk about this subject. I have a question about this issue or that issue. If it's been in politics for the last 40 years, ask away. I am very confident that off the top of my head, any issue that's been in politics for the last 40 years, I can answer. That's very few have ever been able to stump me on that. I am familiar with just about every topic in politics over the last 40 years. So let's have this conversation. All right, let me go to what I think is one of the first stories that, you know what? No one's talking about this. Whoops, let me fix this. So no one's talking about this story, and I think it's very important. And it came out on Friday, which is always a terrible day. News that comes out on Friday are stories that nobody thinks are going to really gain any public attention. That Friday is a dump day. That's the day that no one really pays attention because they go into the weekend. But I think this story should be getting more attention, and it's an important story. The news media doesn't want to talk about it because it makes Joe Biden look bad, makes Democrats look bad. It makes illegal immigration look bad, because it is. There are 450,000, nearly 500,000 children who came into America under the Biden administration, under those 4 years, that we know of, that we are aware of. At least 450,000 young kids, we're talking about 12 and below, that came into the United States, and the Biden administration sent them to everywhere in America. They came across the southern border. We picked them up. The Border Patrol picked them up. And in the middle of the night, as we reported repeatedly, these kids were sent by the planeful, private jets, flying them out to Tennessee, to New York, to Minneapolis, Minnesota, to various parts of the entire country at midnight, when no news reporters were supposed to be around, sending these kids so they wouldn't all be at one spot at the southern border, so Ted Cruz couldn't come down with his cell phone and show us cages full of kids, just like under the Obama administration, cages of these cells full of children that were sent by their parents as a form of abuse to travel 1,000 miles with gangs and sex slavers and drugs and strangers and people with measles and mumps to come into the United States by themselves. It's child abuse. And we took those kids in, and we've been taking care of them since. Where are they? There's 450,000 of those kids. We don't know where they are. The Biden-Harris administration didn't follow up. We don't know what happened to those kids. We know that some of those kids were in California. They were working in California on the commercial marijuana farms, so that when ICE went in there and they raided for illegal aliens, they found some of these kids who are underage to work on a farm, even in the state of California, child workers, child slaves in California. And the news media, of course, glossed that over to talk about, well, it's mass deportation. That's a bad thing. Wait a minute. But there's children there. We know that there were several children there working the farm. That's illegal. That's a crime. That's slavery. We got to do something about that. And there's 450,000 kids just like that. And the news media doesn't want to talk about this story because it makes Joe Biden look bad. It makes Kamala Harris look bad. It makes Democrats look bad. Gavin Newsom looks bad. So they don't want to talk about this because that's going to affect the 2026 midterm elections. It's potentially going to be a negative that could even carry forward to the 2028 presidential election. Democrats have enough problems. They don't want to talk about these kids. They want you to forget that they ever existed, just like the Biden-Harris administration did. And I don't think we should forget about them. Those kids need to be found. Where are they? We know, and this is coming from, of course, this is the Department of Homeland Security, DHS. This is their report that they are launching this, and they assert that many of the children who have come across the border unaccompanied were allowed to be placed with sponsors who were smugglers like MS-13, Tren de Aragua, and other international gangs and terrorist organizations, as well as sex traffickers. Think about that. Tens of thousands of kids put into sex slavery and work slavery because the Biden administration just didn't care. Democrats just didn't care. And that's part of the reason why they don't want mass deportations. That's part of the reason why they don't want ICE going to the bluer than blue cities that these children were sent to, so that we can find them and find out, oh my God, you know what? Those kids that were ignored, they're suffering in the United States because the mainstream establishment ignored them. They pushed them into a corner, flew them in the middle of the night, and forgot about them as soon as they landed because it's not their problem. And the major news media didn't know where to look for these kids, so they just let them go. And no one's talking about that story anymore. We should be. We should be. And as much as people want to talk about Epstein and MTG, Marjorie Taylor Greene, they're not talking about the core problems of what we're doing about children in this nation. Those illegal aliens, those unaccompanied minors, the current actual problems. They're talking about one guy with an island from 6 years ago. What about what's happening right now, right this second? That's one of the reasons why I don't talk a lot about Epstein. It's because there's a more immediate problem. There's an issue right now. Epstein's wonderful to distract people. He's the boogeyman that everyone can point at. And there are problems there that we do need to handle. We do need to figure out about what's happening with these people who would abuse children across this nation, especially those who are in elected office, those people who use the power of the government to enable their opportunities. Billionaires, individuals like Bill Gates and Bill Clinton, who went to Epstein's island some 25 times each and knew what was happening on that island. I'll give them the benefit of doubt. You've been there once. You went to that island maybe twice. Could have been for any kind of reason, legitimate business. Bill Clinton, Bill Gates, many others were there 25 times. They knew what was happening. There is no benefit of doubt. Should we prosecute these people? Absolutely. But at the same time, and perhaps even more importantly, I want to deal with the 450,000 kids. We don't know where they are. We don't know what's happening to 450,000 kids right now. Epstein's dead. Do we want to get the other people that worked with Epstein? Absolutely. There's 450,000 kids right now. That's my focus. The news media doesn't want you to focus on that. Why? That will affect your vote. They'll go with Epstein because they think that will make Trump look bad. I don't care. Trump isn't running for every elected office in America. Democrats would like you to believe that. The news media would like you to believe that Donald Trump is trying to be your mayor and your councilman and your city council and your senator and your congressman and the president all at once. That's just not reality, because they don't want you to look at, but wait, when we stop blaming everything on Orange Man Bad, there are real, significant, and important issues we need to talk about right now. And the more we talk about Orange Man Bad, the less we get to deal with these real and important issues that are affecting real children, real homeless, real veterans right now. At least this is the way I look at it. And you guys may tell me, Mike, but I don't agree. Okay. You can tell me why you don't agree, but that's where my focus is. Tell me what you think. Now, Dow says, I get the sense that the current optics of the government in general is that the entire power structure is in a tailspin and the populist movement is in confusion. I agree with that to an extent. Again, it's like we have so many distractions. It's because no one has an idea of what to do for 2026. They're trying to figure out what is the winning story, what is the winning strategy for the midterm elections. And Democrats definitely don't have any idea. Republicans can point to Donald Trump and say, Trump's policies are working. Tariffs overall are working on their long-term goal of creating more business, more manufacturing in the United States to make America more self-sufficient. And that's happening. And we are seeing those tariffs be used to do things like end wars, like between India and Pakistan and other nations like Cambodia and Thailand. The tariffs have been a tool in increasing world peace as well as better economics. So Republicans have something to hang their hat on. That a lot of Trump's policies have worked and have been effective. They can hang their hat on the mass deportations. Trump is living up to the promises that he made and what many of those elected officials, many Republicans said, oh no, we're going to do mass deportations. We have too many illegal aliens in America. We have like 50 million illegal aliens. We need to get that number down. Ideally to like 20. You're never going to get rid of all of them. But if you can get that number down to like 20 million, that's sustainable. We can live with that number. We can do something there. But so Republicans have something to run on, although it's not the strongest thing they could possibly run on. Democrats have nothing. All they have is Orange Man Bad. And that isn't effective. They like to think that the election 2025, what we saw in New York, like that's got something. No, see, but Trump's defeated. No, it's not. New York City was always going to vote blue. We knew that. We've always known that. Same thing with New Jersey, same thing with Virginia. We weren't surprised by the outcomes. We were surprised maybe by the magnitude of the outcomes because we had different expectations. We thought a lot of these races would be closer, but no one thought Republicans were going to win. That was a lot of Republicans hoped they would win, but no one thought they were. We knew these were bluer than blue states. We knew that Republicans were expected to lose. It was just a matter of how much would they lose by. So that's what I mean. There's that confusion we see happening right now. And the Republicans are waiting for Democrats to come out with their story so that Republicans can react to that story and put out their own spin and their own counter story. That's what we're seeing right now, I think. Dow goes on to say, Democrats have nothing. True. Republicans have poor messaging. Also true. And I believe that some of that is media. Some of that is administration has elements of obfuscating the messaging from within. I don't think that I don't think the Trump administration is hiding things on purpose from the American people. The left absolutely will tell you that. Many people who don't like Donald Trump, they will tell you, oh, no, they're just hiding things from you. I don't think that's the case. I just think that they're bad at wording things. I don't think they're good at messaging. They're more interested in taking action than they are explaining those actions. Again, I'll point to the tariffs. The tariffs for any nation in the world are meant to build up that nation's economy, to build up their manufacturing and their self-reliance rather than relying on other countries. Great example of that is Japan. Japan wants their own nation to be self-sufficient in making rice. They want to be able to feed their people with rice, which is a staple for Japan, and they don't want to import rice from other countries. Why? Because then they become dependent, they become weak. It's a national security risk if their rice is coming from other countries rather than from farmers in Japan. So they have a heavy tariff, massive tariff on rice coming into Japan because they want Japanese businesses and farmers to create their own rice, to create their own food so the nation is safe. We do the same thing here in the United States. That's what tariffs are for. It is a long-term process of building up an infrastructure so that you are not dependent on another country like China that could at any moment, because of politics, say, and I shut you off. Remember, just a month ago, that's what the Chinese did about rare earth metals to the United States. The majority of rare earth metals, about 70% of them, are controlled. The distribution of rare earth metals are controlled by China. That's being used. Rare earth metals are used in our computers, our GPS, our cell phones, our national security, our missiles, and other defensive weapons. They're a big deal, which is why Trump was trying to make a deal with Iceland earlier this year. Greenland earlier this year. He was trying to make a deal with them because we need those rare earth metals, and we can't count on China providing it. And China said, just a month ago, said, oh, no, we're going to increase the tariff on rare earth metals to hurt Donald Trump, to hurt the American economy, to make America weak. Now, that caused a battle between the United States and China over rare earth metals, and we have since come to somewhat of an agreement on that, and the tariffs have come down, and rare earth metals are now available to the United States again. But this only emphasizes why in the United States, we need to find an alternate means of getting rare earth metals. Again, that goes back to Greenland. They are the alternate choice than China. And if we can get Greenland throughout whatever process, whether that means they become a state of the United States or a commonwealth or they're a trading partner, it doesn't matter. But as long as we do that, then we're no longer beholden only to China, and therefore our national security as well as our quality of life are at risk to be just turned off at the whim of the Chinese Communist government. Does it make sense now? So, but that isn't being explained to the American people. We have been trained by presidents like Obama and, to an extent, Clinton and Biden and even Bush Jr. or G.W. Bush, that we should be instantaneous. We should be getting rewards and results immediately. This is something that's been indoctrinated into kids in our high schools and our colleges for the last 15 years, that everything's automatic. And you see this in the youth of today. They expect instant response. They want instant gratification, instant responses to their requests and needs, their entitlements. That's not the reality of the world. These things take time. In fact, if we're building up infrastructure, that could take 5 to 10 years. That's what the tariffs are for, to push us to do that, to not give up because we didn't get the result in 6 months or 6 weeks. No. This is a 5-year process. You have to keep at it. The tariff is there to push Americans and businesses to actually get the job done rather than look for the quick fix, easy answer that puts us at danger. So I don't think that it's Trump hasn't explained it or that they're not trying to, that they're trying to hide this from us. I think it's not a 30-second answer. It's not a quick, easy soundbite. You can't really answer this in a headline. It wouldn't make sense. It takes a couple of minutes to explain. I think once you've explained it, as I have, people understand it. Now, that doesn't mean that you have to agree with me. That doesn't mean that you think, oh, well, the tariffs are going to work, or that that's the best way to build up infrastructure in the United States and cut our international reliance on unsavory and untrustworthy nations like China. You may disagree with that, but at least now you understand what's the argument and what the problem is that we're trying to resolve. It puts things in context. It takes a minute. It takes a moment to do that. The news media doesn't want to do that because they want you just to obey. They want you to feel the way they tell you to feel when they tell you to have that feeling. They don't want you to actually think about this, to have a critical analysis of it, to say, well, is a tariff the best way, as an example, for rare earth metals? Is tariffs against China the best way? Or is the better way to really push for some kind of resolution with Greenland, which has about 12% of all the heavy rare earth metals in the world are in Greenland? Do we need to emphasize that? Do we need to buy Greenland? Do we need to take it by military force? What do we need to do? Is that the emphasis, or is it just working with tariffs and trying to find new technology, making a new way of making cell phones and solar panels and lithium ion batteries? Is it that we work with that technology and make it better with the rare earth metals that we do have? That's the discussion. That's not what the news media is telling you. That's not what they're speaking to people about. And I think that's a problem. Now, again, anyone is more than welcome to disagree with me. Send me your super chat. Send me your Rumble rant. Help the Jericho Project to take care of the homeless and our veterans and families. And I'll be happy to answer your question. Of course, I'll answer it even if you don't do that, as you can see I just did with Dal and with John. But help us as we help others. So I thought that was important. I hope people think that was important. I don't know if everyone agrees with me on that. I look forward to seeing your comments. But let's talk about, and on this program, we do pay attention to what's happening overseas. So I wanted to start off with the children because the mainstream news media doesn't want you to think about that. Okay. But they also don't want you to think, in the United States, we really don't talk about foreign countries, Europe, in any realistic way. We're not looking at how that is having a long-term impact on us. And I think it's important. because the EU, for a long time, the European Union has been created with the idea all of their money for the European Union, all their negotiations would happen through Germany and or the United Kingdom, as long as the United Kingdom, England was part of it. It would be between England and the United Kingdom, Germany and the United Kingdom, and they would handle the finances for the EU, making all the deals around the world, and the military, the actual force of protecting Europe, was coming from mostly France and to an extent Poland. Italy was somewhere in the middle of all of that, contributing a little bit to everything, but not that much. But mostly the defense, the protection, would be coming from Poland, especially if it had to deal with Russia. Then the Polish were very much involved in that. And overwhelmingly everywhere else in the world, it would be the focus on France. Now, the easy joke there is, why would you want the French defending anything? They've lost every battle since Napoleon. They are the laughingstocks of international military. They lost to the Ethiopians, who only had spears, and they had tanks. You can make that argument. It wouldn't be wrong. And I think that's part of why now because of Donald Trump, see, the European Union was in a wonderful position because of NATO. The United States would take care of paying for protecting all of Europe and the United Kingdom. We'd pay for almost all of it. They could pay for almost nothing. And that's why in France, they can go on, they have a protest every other month. The nation gets shut down pretty much once every 3 months. There's at least a week-long shutdown, or at least it feels that way to people outside of their nation. And they're constantly talking about, well, we need more government unions, and they want more entitlements over and over again. It's a never-ending process in France. Why? Because they don't have to spend money to protect themselves. Yes, they were in charge of protecting the European Union, but America was paying for that. And America was in front. For years now, I've covered on this program that Emmanuel Macron wanted to be more friends and do business, trading, economics with China, while at the same time he wanted the United States to go into, to actually put troops into the Ukraine to fight Russia for Europe, for France. They wanted to control, and they wanted to be in charge of U.S. NATO troops into Ukraine so that the United States could fight Russia for France, for Europe. Meanwhile, they wanted to do economics with China. That's a stupid idea. That's a bad plan. And it failed. It failed epically. Now that Germany is reasserting itself, because Donald Trump said, I'm not going to pay for anything. If you don't pay your share, which is 3.5 to 5%, between 3.5 and 5% of their GDP, America spends closer to 20%. We're only asking them to go up to 3.5 to 5%. Most of them are at 1 to 2%. But they start doing that, then we will protect them. If they don't, we won't protect them. Well, Germany is looking to ramp up to 3.5%. And that would make them the most powerful military standing army in, or strongest defensive capabilities in all of Europe. They would become the military de facto leader at the same time that they're the economic leader of Europe. And a lot of Europeans are afraid of it because of the history of Germany. Whether that goes back to Prussia or you're talking about in the 1930s, there's a lot of people who are very afraid of a German empire coming back. And I'm talking more imperial empire than anything else, but just Germany as a power makes a lot of people scared, in particular France, because they constantly lose to Germany war after war after war. And so they're terrified of it because they'll lose again, and they know it. How does that affect America? It means that the way Europe has to deal with America is very different. If Europe, that's Italy, we're talking about Italy and France and Switzerland and Poland, the Baltic nations like Estonia and Latvia, Moldova, if they're afraid of Germany and they're afraid of Russia, they have to come to the United States. We're the only ones who would be able to protect them from that. And if at the same time we want to do business, they want to do more business with us. Why? Because if they don't, they're risking their national security. They'd be terrified of being taken over by Germany and or Russia. So they would need the United States, which means they want to do business with the United States, keep us happy, give us a reason to protect them from their fears. This is good for the United States. Germany becoming more militaristic or having a bigger army is a good thing for the United States. Yes, we compete with Germany, but every other nation in the EU wants to do business with us, unlike what France and Macron have been trying to do, which is to have China take care of them. But that relationship will not work with the Germany nearby. Germany will not work. They would work with America. They'll work with England. They won't work with China. Only France will. So France is the odd man out. This is good for us. France has less power. France, which is hyper progressive and wants to be more communist, they have less power, less influence, and Europe is more willing to trade and do business with the United States long term, helping our economy as well as helping theirs. And it's good for their European defense as well as it's good for U.S. economy. This is a win-win. Not a lot of people are looking at this. Again, this is not an overnight situation. This isn't going to happen tomorrow. It's going to take some time. But over the next 5 years, by 2030, this will be a growth center for the United States. This is a positive news. But you're going to hear from progressives, you're going to hear from communists, you're going to hear from France how this is a terrible deal. It isn't. I just want you to be aware of that. Again, if you see this differently, I'm happy to hear why you think so. But the analysis that I come to, based on the facts that we have seen over the last 20 years, tells me this is good for America. As long as we continue down this path away from progressive democratic socialism, as long as we're not going down that path, this works out well for us. As long as we're trying to build American infrastructure, this is good for us. If we don't, if we backpedal, if we do something like Gavin Newsom or Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, if we go down that path, or J.B. Pritzker, then we become France. We become just like a France 2.0, and we fail. We will fail just like the French have failed. And that's why France is suffering now, both internally with their politics. They can't maintain their own government. Their economy is collapsing. China isn't helping them because China didn't care about them ever. And the angst of their people is at an all-time high. We can go down that path and we can become more like France, or we can continue down the path we're on right now, which leads to a stronger Germany, a stronger United Kingdom, and a stronger United States. Those are our options. I say, let's go with that, with the United States being more self-sufficient. I'm happy to hear what anyone else thinks. If you disagree, tell me why. Again, no one's talking to you about these things, but you should be talked to about this. This is important. This is our country. We should be involved in what we're investing in and what we should expect. Part of that is also understanding that we're very much involved with South Korea. This is an important nation to us, just like Japan. Japan is almost done building their army, the first army they've had since 1945, because they didn't trust the Biden-Harris administration. They didn't trust Democrats, progressives, or the Democratic Socialists. They don't trust them at all. And under the Biden administration, they were given every reason, every confirmation that they shouldn't trust the United States with those individuals in our leadership. The more leftist America becomes, the less confident Japan, Korea, Philippines, Southeast Asia, the less confident they can be that they're going to be protected from China, who wants to go and barn stomp all of these countries, that China wants to start enveloping and taking over these countries piece by piece, starting with Taiwan. So that's a concern. To help. Now, what we could have done is we could have done a lot of things. Remember, we have a Marine Corps base on Japan, Okinawa. But the Biden administration, the progressive movement, was so piss poor at instilling confidence in America and in American might and the willingness of Americans to live up to our contracts, our treaties with these foreign countries, like with Japan. We have a treaty since 1960, one of the longest lasting treaties in the world, that guarantees that no matter what happens, if Japan goes to war, the United States will be on Japan's side. We will protect them. Doesn't matter what the reason is. We will protect Japan. That is the 1960 Japan-USA Treaty. That's fact. And that's part of the reason why we have Marines and a base in Okinawa, to enforce that 1960 treaty. But if you don't trust a Biden or a Kamala or an AOC or a Gavin Newsom or J.B. Pritzker, if you don't think they will live up to those principles because they don't believe in the military, they don't believe in capitalism, they believe more in socialism, that means you're going to be hung out to dry. No one's protecting you. There is no safety net. So Japan is building its own military. South Korea looked at that situation and said, well, we've got North Korea. They have many nukes. They're run by Kim Jong-un, who is a part of a family of psychopaths. They're untrustworthy. They're rogue nations, barely held at the leash by China. That's North Korea, and their people are starving. And if the United States, which is one of the major factors on why South Korea is safe and independent and successful, is because of America and our investments and our trade deals and our military protecting South Korea. And if Japan can't trust America, and Japan has a better relationship with America today than even South Korea does, and if Japan is saying they have to make their own military, well, South Korea has to build up their defenses as well. And so they said they were going to make nuclear weapons. See, South Korea never made nuclear weapons because they had the United States there at the DMZ, demilitarized zone, and all the full might of U.S. nuclear capabilities. We were defending them. But if you don't have the confidence that the progressive movement, the left-leaning movement that's gaining strength and continuing ever further left, if you don't trust them, then there is no nuclear protection. There is nothing to stop North Korea from dropping a nuke on South Korea, or even conventional weapons. There's nothing that stops China from supporting North Korea as it goes in and tries to usurp and take all of the wealth and resources of South Korea. There's no one to protect you. So they decided they would make nuclear weapons. We reported this back in late 2023 on this channel when we found out that South Korea had become the fourth largest arms manufacturer in the world. They were number 7. And they were so terrified of the Biden-Harris administration and the potential of Kamala Harris becoming president. They were so terrified of the progressive movement in the United States that they went from the 7th largest weapons manufacturer in the world to number 4. That's a massive upgrade. They were terrified. And they said, and this isn't enough because North Korea has nukes. China has nukes. And we don't trust either of them. So they had to have nuclear weapons as well. Now, normally, the nukes came from the United States. They didn't have to actually make their own. The United States would provide nuclear support and an umbrella and protection. Again, you don't trust America under the left, so therefore you have to have your own. And that's why we now have nuclear submarines being made under the Trump administration with South Korea. It's safer, it is more organized, and it is more of a deterrent than South Korea making their own nuclear weapons. See, if I have a nuclear sub, just to explain this, make it as clear as I can, the military theory behind it, the economic, political theory of it. If I have a submarine, it's a nuclear-powered, nuclear-capable submarine, can fire off ICBMs and cruise missiles with nuclear arms. For 9 months out of the year, you'll never know where that submarine is. It could be right in, there could be a submarine, and there probably is, in New York Harbor. No one would know about it. It would sit there for almost 9 months out of the year and sit there, and no one would know. And that's the protection. That's the threat. And that helps to keep North Korea at bay. We may have a nuclear sub ready to blow you up if you do something stupid. Leave our people alone. Leave our economy alone. And they can say, well, America's, moving to the left. America's become socialist. They elected J.B. Pritzker. They elected AOC or Gavin Newsom. So they're not going to protect you. They're not going to live up to those treaties. Yeah, but we have our own nuke. We have our own nuclear subs. And we've had them for a couple of years. So it doesn't matter if America goes further and further left. It doesn't matter if the Democratic Socialists of America take over the Democratic Party and we see socialism start really gaining ground in U.S. politics. We can protect ourselves. That's the answer from South Korea. That's why this deal is important. This deal says America is more than willing to work with South Korea and to let them defend themselves, just like America wants Germany to defend themselves, just like America wants to defend itself. It is good for each of these countries. It gives the assurance that no matter the politics, they're all self-sufficient, that they are just as strong with their nuclear, with their treaties as they are without them. Therefore, politics will not give you an excuse to go to war with someone. That's a little involved. It takes a few moments to explain. I hope this makes it more clear. Now, if someone wants to say, Mike, but I don't think that's the way that military maneuvers would work with the politics, we can have that discussion. We can say whether it's a big deterrent or a little deterrent, it is a deterrent. That is unquestionable. Just like in Japan with Japan's military. Is Japan's military a world-class military? No, they just got created. They haven't had a military for 45 years. They've never been involved in any major action since World War II. They're newbies. They're like guys in boot camp. They're fresh out of the military, out of training. They don't know anything. They don't know how to fight anywhere. It's not about, and there are a handful of them relative to militaries around the world. It's tiny. The point isn't that they have a world-class SAS, Marine Corps level military. It's that they have a military and they're willing to fight, and that they can put up the fight. And then the treaties can kick in with the politics after the fact, but they can defend themselves. Even if the treaty isn't there, they're not unprotected. It makes sense. That's what South Korea wants. So you can say, Mike, I don't agree with it, but that's the logic. And by the way, where do they get their military? Where do they get their weapons, their training, their technology? What supports them as they build up all these military assets? The United States economy. They're trading with us, not with China, with the United States. That's why we want this. It is good for us economically. It is good for us militarily. And by the way, it means that we don't have to have as many bases around the world, and we don't have to have as many members of our military involved in conflicts around the world. Other nations can be involved instead of the United States. It is good for us on multiple levels. Again, if someone disagrees, I'm willing to have that conversation. We can have that conversation, but I think that makes sense now that you understand it. And by the way, the U.S. has approved the, quote, attack submarines. These are nuclear submarines, and agreed to cooperate in sourcing fuel, according to the fact sheet released by the White House on Thursday. Again, you didn't hear about this. The news on Thursday was talking about Elise Stefanik. The news on Thursday was talking about Zoran Mandami. I want to talk with you about this because this is national security. And it doesn't matter whether Mandami is in charge of New York or not. It doesn't matter what Elise Stefanik did or didn't do. This is about national security. We should have had this conversation. It should have been a bigger story. It was nothing. You should know this. So South Korea is affirming they want to work with America. And to do the nuclear submarines, besides the fact that it's going to bring in another $200 billion into the United States, it also means they have to work with us economically. This is part of a trade deal. And by the way, tariffs were reduced from 25% to 15%. It was a 10-point reduction in the tariffs on South Korean goods, which is good for America, and it's good for South Korea. Why? Because they're defending themselves, but they're defending themselves with the U.S., not against us. This works for us economically, militarily, diplomatically. This works in our favor. The news media doesn't want you to hear that because you're supposed to vote Democrat. And Trump is, orange man bad. And they have no way of spinning this as a negative. As I've just explained, once you understand it, you can't say orange man bad, this is evil, World War III. You can't say that. It's not realistic. So rather than have to admit that this isn't a problem and this is a good thing that's happening because of the Trump administration, because of our emphasis on America first and MAGA, that ideology is working for us long term. Rather than admit that, they won't talk about it at all. They'd rather you not even know this is happening. And I disagree. Now, let me take a moment here because we do have a comment or two, and I thank you guys for that. Comment from Hal. Are you saying that South Korea is putting nukes on submarines? Yes. Yes, that is there. They have already made it very clear since 2023 that if the United States wasn't making sure that they would be able to protect themselves, they were going to make nuclear, ICBMs to start with. And we've been working on the nuclear submarine deals. And so, yes, these are attack submarines, and I believe under that classification, you would see nuclear-capable submarines as well, firing ICBMs and cruise missiles. Yes. So, yes, that is what I'm saying, and it is backed up by international news media. And this has been something worked on since 2023, for 2 years now. So, yes, if I was not making that clear, Hal, I want to make it clear now. Let's see. User has been banned says, power does not equal nuclear warheads. No, but again, it's not just that they have nuclear powered. Again, you have to look at the news that came out beforehand in 2023 during the Biden-Harris administration. When Japan first announced that they were going to be creating their own military, that same month, the South Korean government announced that they were interested in looking to make nuclear missiles and weapons unless the United States is working with them, that they would independently create nuclear armaments unless the United States was working with them. The key component is they had to be nuclear capable because the United States wasn't trustworthy for that nuclear deterrent. They had to have their own. So when I take, again, They don't have nukes now. I'm not saying that. And I think there's a comment here from Hal. They don't have nukes. I've never said they did. That's not what I've said. I'm saying this is what they are creating and what they are making capable. They want to have this capability in the future. This gives them the capability in the future. This is the deterrent. They don't have it now. That's true. But they told us in 2023 that they were going to do it unless we made an agreement with them, which we now have, which gives them the capability of having that deterrent. So if you're looking at, oh, well, it's not all in that one article. Of course not. This is news that's been coming out over 2 years. And much like we've been talking since the beginning, again, in 2023, when Japan said, oh, we're going to have an army, American news media hasn't been talking about this. No one's been talking about the capabilities that they exist. I have. But so when I talk about it now, I'm talking about all of the information I've been able to gather and share with you guys over the last 2 years, not just this is where they're at right now. There's more to this story. And that's one of the reasons why I hope you guys come to me. And I'm glad that you're asking me about this, because if I wasn't being clear about that, I'm trying to be very clear about that. That no, it's not all in this one article, but it is the confirmation of what they've been planning to do and trying to do for 2 years. And that's why I'm coming to the conclusions I'm coming to. Now, you can very easily say to me, but Mike, I don't agree with that. Okay. You could say, Mike, I don't think that's where it's going to end up. Okay. We can have that discussion. You could say that. I'm not saying that it couldn't go somewhere else. This is the logical conclusion of 2 years of negotiations and news. And that's why it takes a little while to have this conversation, because the mainstream news media is not doing this at all. They're not having this conversation. Yes, I know. So we know that. That's what we know for sure. So I hope that clarifies that if it wasn't. And I know User Has Been Banned says nuclear powered slubs mean they are powered by nuclear heat reactors. Yes, I know that. And I'm talking about more than just the nuclear power, which is being disclosed right now. Again, we have to take it into context with what was already said by the South Korean government, that they're building nukes unless the United States helps them become nuclear capable. Nuclear capable would include nuclear submarines. I don't think it's unreasonable when understood in context, given what we've been told for the last 2 years. But if you guys think I'm wrong, that's okay. You can say, Mike, but you're wrong. I don't think I am. And I think that is the deterrent that they want. And I think that's the impression that they want North Korea, China, and other nations to have. So it makes sense. And again, this is positive for the United States. It's not purely speculative. It is, you can call it an educated understanding. You can say it's prediction. It's not necessarily speculation. We have been told by South Korea they are going to make nukes unless the United States gives them nuclear capabilities. They're going to do it on their own, or we could do it with the South Korea. South Korea could do it with the United States, or they're going to do it on their own, but they're going to do it. So the speculation is this. You could say speculation is it's going to be nukes, and that resolves what they requested, what they demanded, what they told the world. Does this qualify and fill that requirement they said they had? Yes. Could they just independently make nuclear missiles on their own, and that would do it too? Yes. I think they want to work with America, not against us, and therefore they're doing this. And a nuclear-powered missile is also something that most nuclear capable submarines also have nuclear firearms. just makes it easier to have the nuke. And it's a better deterrent. Again, you guys can disagree with me. That's fine. I don't mind. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Huh? Oh, it's going to start raining. Okay. But again, I thank you, Hal, and user has been banned. If I was being unclear, thank you for forcing me to clarify my position and why I have this belief and why I see this reasoning. And hopefully others will understand it better now too. So I hope, and thank you for questioning me. I don't mind being questioned and asked to clarify. So I hope that answers that. At the same time, oh wow, it's only been an hour. If you heard, as you heard me speaking and answering some of the questions from Hal on this subject, you heard my dog. He wasn't being quiet about it. He is 14 years old, and he's been not feeling well the last couple of months. You may recall I recently took him to get his ultrasound on his chest and his stomach. It was $3,500 for that. Ridiculous. But as you can hear him, he's screaming at me now. He wants to go out. He wants to go for his walk. So I'm going to take him out for a walk really quick. And then I will come back and we'll talk more about what's happening in the United States, what's going to be happening with the 2026 midterm elections, what's happening with Elise Stefanik and Kathy Hochul, how New York is going to be governed. We're going to talk a little bit more about what's happening with climate change, if anything is happening with climate change, and why climate change is now a story again, even though for the last year it really hasn't been. We'll talk a little bit about all of those things, but I'm going to take my dog out. So let me see. I hope I have a story here. There we go. Boom, boom. And this is only 30 minutes. So I think, yes, I know. Come here. Come here. Come say hi to everyone. Come here. This is kind of short. So we should be, when this video ends, I should be back with my dog. So we should have both. And by the way, this is the guy you hear. Hi. Say hi to everyone. Say hi. Go hi. Hi. No, the camera's over there. Look at that. Yeah. No, I'm not the camera. Say hi to the camera. There you go. Hi. Hi. Yes, I know. Okay. So that's the guy you hear screaming right now. Whoa. How did my camera go out? What did you do? Oh. Hang on one second. He destroyed my camera. There it is. Well, what you guys do? All right. Hang on. No, that's not it. Okay, guys. So somehow my dog just destroyed my camera. So no worries. I'll be back in about 30 minutes. Okay.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
All right. Hello, everybody, and thank you for joining me. This is Michael Voss, the Dragon of the Southern Tier. Happy to be with you again here on this Saturday night. This is March 9th. And yes, I should be out. I should probably be having fun. But instead, I'm here. And what I do on my weekends are I study and read up, as I do throughout the entire week, on all the different issues that are going on to find out more information and to be able to speak. Because I love you guys. Really. You make the difference. You're the reason why I'm home on a Saturday night talking with you instead of being out and drinking or doing whatever. So The reason why I'm here today, though, is I wanted to take a moment to speak with you about something that I ran into. Now, as I was searching through the internet and checking on various issues, I was reminded of something, and I'm going to walk you through it with me. Okay? I think it was back in 2009. Matter of fact, it was. In 2009, October of 2009, I had written an article back on my Voss political commentary site, so you can just see it right there in case you want to go check it out yourself. And I was writing about global warming. And in particular, I've been talking about Lord Monckton. I don't know if a lot of people are familiar with him, but he's an individual of note in the climate change discussion. And he pointed out a lot of things about global warming, which we now call climate change, which used to be called global cooling. It goes through a lot of different names over the years. But he pointed out a couple of things that were very interesting. And one of the things that he was taking on was Al Gore and Al Gore's movie, which was very, it lacked a lot of factual credibility, to be honest. And so once he brought up a couple of things, and some of those things were the fact that we only have accurate records of temperature for 120 years, and everything else is based on guesswork, essentially. Scientific guesswork, but guesswork all the same. That there are more polar bears now than when Al Gore's movie first came out. That there's more sea ice, and continues, even now in 2019, more sea ice than had been predicted. And that all of the predictions were wrong by all of the global warming extremists. And we saw that over and over again. And so that's what Lord Monckton was talking about in 2009 when everyone was first getting into this idea that global warming was devastating, that climate change was going to destroy the world once again. It's a theory that's been around since, at least as long as I've been around, since the 1970s. Then it was global cooling. And so in reading about that, and I followed it up and I followed the issue over the years. And in 2015, I wrote an article, which happened to be, it was a Facebook commentary, but I reposted it. And it was about climate change. And what happens if climate change actually gained traction? What would we see happen in the world? Would there be an end to ISIS? Would there be an end to famine around the world? Would there be an end to mass murders, shootings, anything? Would any of this change if we were to spend $117 trillion, which is the minimum that it's expected to cost, and stopping everything in the world? There would be no new iPads, no new iPhones, no new technology. You wouldn't be building anything new, no new cars. Everything in the world has to stop in every country in the world to be able to hit the global estimates for greenhouse gases to bring the world into a space that everyone would be able to survive in. That's what the global warming, climate change alarmists have told us, that we have to stop everything everywhere in the world to be able to reach these numbers. Because if China doesn't listen, if India doesn't listen, if 2/3 of Africa doesn't listen, well, the world is doomed. Everybody dies because the temperature will go up 1 degree and it's all over. And so that brought me to what's the most recent iteration of this. Well, that's Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Back on February 7th, I wrote the article right after she came out with her Green New Deal. And she talked about how she wants to get rid of 260 million cars. She wants to get rid of planes. She wants to get rid of boats and ships and cargo ships with all the goods that we need to make all the things that we live with in the world. That she wants to refurbish 76 million buildings, every single home, every single skyscraper, the Sears Tower, the Empire State Building. Everything has to be redone to be global warming and to get renewable energy everywhere in the country. And this, if we do it, and hopefully because China, if we do it, China and India and 2/3 of Africa will do it as well, then the world will be safe. But she mostly focuses on the United States. If the United States actually does this, then everyone's going to be safe. Everyone will be saved. And that was her big pitch on February 7th of 2019. And so I just happened to be looking through the internet. I like to search and research things. And that's when I ran into a gentleman by the name of Michael Schellenberg. Now, you may not know who Michael Schellenberg is. I didn't. Michael Schellenberg happens to be a eco-fanatic of the biggest sense. He was Time Magazine's Hero of the Environment in 2008. He was the 2008 winner of the Green Book Award. He was a co-editor of the book Love Your Monsters in 2011. He is one of the people who helped to coin the frame ecological modernist. This guy is green energy, green everything through and through, okay? There's no question. He's everything about what you would think Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is talking about in her Green New Deal. He is a climate change globalist, global warming kind of guy, and a leader in this. And he has a lot to say about the issue. He's one of the people that Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and her team, when they were working over the weekend to create the Green New Deal, this is probably some of the material he wrote that they were working on and he also created the Breakthrough Institute. They were looking at his research and his writings to try and give them the ideas that they put into the Green New Deal. Now, this is all very important and very interesting for a simple reason. Because on January 4th of 2019, he had a TED Talk. And I'm only going to give you a couple of excerpts from that. And you can look it up on YouTube and you'll see the whole thing. And I'll include the link at the bottom of the description. But this is what he also had to say about what Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and the Green New Deal means. The first thing he has to say is,
our efforts really paid off in 2007, when then presidential candidate Barack Obama embraced our vision. And between 2009 and 2015, the U.S. invested $150 billion in renewables and other kinds of clean tech. But right away, we started to encounter some problems. So first of all, the electricity from solar rooftops ends up costing about twice as much as the electricity from solar farms. And both solar farms and wind farms require covering a pretty significant amount of land with solar panels and wind turbines, and also building very big transmission lines to bring all that electricity from the countryside into the city. Both of those things were often very strongly resisted by local communities, as well as by conservation biologists who were concerned about the impacts on wild bird species and other animals. Now, there was a lot of other people working on technical solutions at the time. One of the big challenges, of course, is just the intermittency of solar and wind. They only generate electricity about 10 to 30% of the time during most of the year. But
wait a minute, did you hear what he was saying there? He worked with Obama, and he was part of getting the $150 billion from the United States to build up the green energy, the climate change, to fight this, to protect the environment for everyone. That was Michael Schellenberg at the TED Talk, talking about what he's done. And then he said something that you probably haven't heard before, something that's actually kind of important. Renewable energy is intermittent. Getting it from the wind or from the sun is only 10 to 30% of the time available. That it's not consistent, and that it's not usable, and that there were problems, that to be able to collect the wind or the solar, well, that destroys the environment. Something that the green energy people, the Green New Deal, they don't talk about, destroying the environment. The very thing that many of the eco-terrorists or eco-fanatics out there, that they love, the environment. That's what this is for. We're saving the climate because we're saving the environment. Except, no. To be able to do what they're saying with renewable energy, you have to destroy the environment. And the very same people who want the Green New Deal are the very same people who are saying you can't destroy the environment to do it. Well, that's kind of interesting. He's saying that it doesn't work. It's not effective. Okay, that's something that Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez didn't mention. That's something that we really haven't heard from the climate change people. They're never mentioning how and what's involved. They just mentioned that you're not going to have planes anymore. They didn't say that. So I listened more because I like to hear what other people on the other side say. I have to understand if I'm right. What the things that I think and I've been writing about over the years, are they true? Is the information different? So he goes on and he says something else that I thought that was equally just as surprising.
Over time, it gradually struck me that there was really no amount of technological innovation that was going to make the sun shine more regularly or wind blow more reliably. In fact, you could make solar panels cheaper, you could make wind turbines bigger, but sunlight and wind are just really dilute fuels. And in order to produce significant amounts of electricity, you just have to cover a very large landmass with them. In other words, all of the major problems with renewables aren't technical, they're natural.
Wow. Did you hear that? This man who worked with Obama with $150 billion in California to create climate change, things to improve the environment, not only is it unreliable to have solar and to have wind, they don't work. The problems are inherent not in technology, but in nature itself. That there's your inherent problem. It's the nature. The renewable, the source of the renewable energy is the problem of renewable energy collection. That's got to be groundbreaking. And I'm sure there are probably students out there right now who are saying, no, I can't believe that. Have you actually thought about it? I would say to them. To anyone who's into the Green New Deal, did you actually check and find out, is it reliable? How reliable? Does it work? And while we're talking about whether it works or not, he goes on. Mr. Schellenberg has some other thoughts about what does work. What kind of energy is available and renewable and usable?
Grid. Just take, for instance, what's happened in California. At the period in which solar panels have come down in price very significantly, same with wind, we've seen our electricity prices go up 5 times more than the rest of the country. And it's not unique to us. You can see the same phenomenon happened in Germany, which is really the world's leader in solar, wind, and other renewable technologies. Their prices increased 50% during their big renewable energy push. Now, you might think, well, dealing with climate change is just going to require that we all pay more for energy. That's what I used to think. But consider the case of France. France actually gets twice as much of its electricity from clean, zero-emission sources than does Germany. And yet, France pays half as much, almost half as much for its electricity. How can that be? Well, you might have already anticipated the answer. France gets most of its electricity from nuclear power, about 75% in total. And nuclear just ends up being a lot more reliable, generating power 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, for about 90% of the year. We see this phenomenon show up at a global level. So, for example, there's been a natural experiment over the last 40 years, even more than that, in terms of the deployment of nuclear and the deployment of solar. You can see that at a little bit higher cost, we got about half as much electricity from solar and wind than we did from nuclear. Well, what does all this mean for going forward? I think one of the most significant findings to date is this one. Had Germany spent $580 billion on nuclear instead of renewables, it would already be getting 100% of its electricity from clean energy sources and all of its transportation energy.
Wow. That's amazing. Because according to Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, according to the Green New Deal, that if we were to go to renewable energy, this would save money, that this would lower the cost of electricity for everyone. Except in California, in the real world, it actually costs more money. That it's more expensive to have solar and wind as your primary source of electricity. Nuclear, in fact, the one thing that Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is completely against and will not have. She's as much against nuclear power as she is against gas and oil. Well, she's saying that that's the worst thing you could possibly have, except That's exactly what France and Germany are using. In fact, France is making tons of it. It's their primary source of energy. And I know everyone loves to talk about horror stories, except when was the last time you heard about a horror story of nuclear power in France? Well, I haven't. And you don't. It's one of the safest forms of energy out there. And it turns out it's one of the most reliable and one of the most consistent and one of the cheapest. Even more so than Germany, which has gone full on with the climate change, renewable energy efforts. That's amazing. But I didn't hear Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez address any of this. I didn't hear any of the people who were talking about the Green New Deal, all of the 2020 presidential candidates. None of them had mentioned that. None of them had talked about that. And you have to wonder why. I mean, the cost. What if the cost is cheaper? Is it really that much cheaper? I had to ask and I had to wonder. And that's when I listened to this.
What about environmental impact? Well, I think a really easy way to think about it is that uranium fuel, which is what we use to power nuclear plants, is just really energy dense. About the same amount of uranium as this Rubik's Cube can power all of the energy that you need in your entire life. As a consequence, you just don't need that much land in order to produce a significant amount of electricity. Here we can compare the solar farm I just described, Ivanpah, to California's last nuclear plant, Diablo Canyon. It takes 450 times more land to generate the same amount of electricity as it does from nuclear. You would need 17 more solar farms like Ivanpah in order to generate the same output as Diablo Canyon, and of course it would then be unreliable. Well, what about the mining and the waste and the material throughput? Well, this has been studied pretty closely as well, and it just turns out that solar panels require 17 times more materials than nuclear plants do, in the form of cement, glass, concrete, steel, and that includes all the fuel used for those nuclear plants. The consequence is that what comes out at the end, since it's material throughput, is just not a lot of waste from nuclear. All of the waste from the Swiss nuclear program fits into this room. Nuclear waste is actually the only waste from electricity production that's safely contained and internalized. Every other way of making electricity emits the waste into the natural environment, either as pollution or as material waste. We tend to think of solar panels as clean, but the truth is that there is no plan to deal with solar panels at the end of their 20 or 25-year life. A lot of experts are actually very concerned that solar panels are just going to be shipped to poor countries in Africa or Asia with the rest of our electronic waste stream to be disassembled, often exposing people to really high levels of toxic elements, including lead, cadmium, and chromium, elements that, because they're elements, their toxicity never declines over time.
Wow. Wow. More that Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and her team, over the weekend, that they put this all together, this great idea of the Green New Deal, of being able to save the world and save America. They kind of left out the fact that it takes 17 times more land to equal the power of one nuclear plant. That it takes 17 times more materials, which means more things that could affect the climate. 17 times more than a nuclear plant. Wow, that's incredible. They didn't mention that every 20 years, all the solar panels have to be replaced. Can you imagine that? 76 million homes every 20 years, let's even call it 25, have to be replaced. You have to take it all down and put it back up. Imagine that cost. Imagine all that effort to try and replace every single solar panel in the country every 20 years, every 25 years. That's incredible. The amount of cost that it would be. And remember, 76 million buildings with solar panels would all be dumped somewhere that no one knows where to put it. All that waste, all of the toxicity, chromium, all over the place, has to be dumped somewhere, which probably would go to Africa. That's where a lot of the electronics show up. And so all the people in Africa and all the ecology and all of the economy of Africa would be impacted by this waste. And maybe it doesn't go to Africa. Where would it go? The Middle East? Maybe it goes to Antarctica? I mean, where do you put it all? And that's a very interesting question, because isn't that something that Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez would be against, to not have this waste? Isn't that why she's doing it? Because we have to build all new solar panels as well. And again, you're having that cycle of just more and more, and that's just from the United States. We haven't taken into account all of Europe, Canada, Mexico, China, India, Africa itself. How much waste are we talking about? And how much land do you have to deforest? Imagine how much you have to deforest just to run South America or Africa, India. Wow. I mean, that's something that should blow your mind. If these are things that you think are very important, and you think that this is what the Green New Deal is answering, then wouldn't you want to know this? Shouldn't Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez include that in her bill? Shouldn't she have an answer for that? I mean, I would think that these are some of the things you would have to wonder about, but I know what you're thinking. For some people out there who are watching this and they're saying, well, don't worry, you know what, we're going to get it all from the gas and oil companies. They're going to be able to, we're going to take away their money. That's going to help resolve the whole problem, because we just need to get rid of oil and gas, right? Well, back to Michael Schellenberger again.
In order to deal with climate change, we're just going to need all the different kinds of clean energy that we have. The problem is that just turns out not to be true. You remember I discussed France a little bit ago. France gets most of its electricity from nuclear. If France were to try to significantly scale up solar and wind, it would also have to significantly reduce how much electricity it gets from nuclear. That's because in order to handle the huge variability of solar and wind on the grid, they would need to burn more natural gas. Think of it this way, it's just really hard to ramp up and down a nuclear plant, whereas I think we're all pretty familiar with turning the natural gas up and down on our stove. A similar process works in managing the grid. Of course, it goes without saying that oil and gas companies understand this pretty well, which is why we've seen them invest millions of dollars in recent years in promoting solar and wind. This just raises, I think, another challenging question, which is that in places that are using a lot of nuclear or have grids that are mostly nuclear and hydro, going towards solar and wind and other renewables would actually increase carbon emissions.
Oh my God. Isn't that incredible? If you get rid of the nuclear, you're going to increase the amount of global warming that's happening. You're going to need to use more coal, more natural gas, oil and gas. You have to use more of it if you're using renewable energy, because renewable energy is 10 to 30% efficient. Wow. You didn't hear that from Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. And she spent an entire weekend researching this. She spent an entire weekend putting together a bill to fix the world. And she didn't realize that 1 month before, this man, Michael Schellenberger, who is an environmentalist and a leading environmentalist, who has already received $150 billion from the Obama administration, not the right. He wasn't with any of the prior presidents from the right. You know, we're talking about, any of them, actually. So this is a dyed-in-the-wool leftist. And he's telling you, you're going to actually give more money to oil and gas companies than you're going to take away from them because you go to renewable energy. Because renewable energy doesn't work. Everything that is in the Green New Deal fails. Because she's, obviously she must have spoken to an expert who was in the Obama administration, who spent $150 billion trying to do what she says she wants to do to the entire nation, that she wants to see happen to the entire world. Now, if all of this is shaking up your mind and making you say, what's going on? Something is wrong with this. Something is wrong with this whole argument. Well, here's the final thoughts from Michael Schellenberger.
I think it's natural that those of us that became very concerned about climate change, such a big environmental issue, would gravitate towards really romantic solutions like harmonizing human civilization with the natural world using renewable energies. But I think it's also understandable that as the facts have come in, that many of us have started to question our prior beliefs and change our minds. For me, the question now is, now that we know that renewables can't save the planet, are we going to keep letting them destroy it?
There you go. That's the answer. Yes, you feel like the Green New Deal, like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, the Democratic Socialists, they have the right answer. You feel like there needs to be something done about climate change with renewable energy. You feel that that's right. And that's your romantic feel. It sounds so great. It makes you feel warm and fuzzy. And you're wrong. And you're wrong. As the environmentalist is telling you, you are wrong. That doesn't happen. It doesn't work that way. That it is not right. That's what he's saying. And in every facet and in every attempt, the entire structure of it is wrong. So you don't have to believe me in 2009. Don't have to believe me in 2015. You don't have to believe me, Michael Voss, in 2019. But Michael Schellenberger, you should believe. He spent $150 billion of taxpayer dollars under President Obama, one of the most liberal presidents the nation has ever seen, trying to make it work. In the state, California, the most liberal in the nation. I know Governor Cuomo is upset about that, but the fact is that is the progressive capital of the nation in California, and it doesn't work. It doesn't work. And it gives more problems than it resolves. Now, you may be thinking to yourself, Mike, you just haven't been fair. These are edits on this, and you didn't show the whole thing that he was speaking about. And you know what? You're right. I didn't show the whole thing that he was speaking about. And I can tell you, most people don't even know about it because there was only 14,211 people who have seen this video. This is a TED Talk. And I'm showing you right now on the screen. And I'm going to tell you that you can go to YouTube and look up why renewables can't save the planet. Michael Schellenberger, TED, this is a TED Talk. And you can just pull that up for yourself. Look at the entire 30 minutes. Actually, it's 17 minutes and 32 seconds. His entire conversation. Listen to him. Look it up. Check it for yourself. I took more time than he did to explain the whole thing. But maybe this motivates you because no one's paying attention to what's really happening. And it is important.
Yes, that is important. And we can talk a little bit more about that in the future. Okay, so we're back. So my puppy, he seemed to just want to walk a little bit. So I think I've got another hour or two before he needs to go out again. Let's see if we can do the rest of the show. And yes, I do see some of the conversation there. Dal goes, it's not far-fetched to believe that as things are kind of up in the air, it wouldn't be too far-fetched to believe that South Korea, that in South Korea's best interest to have their own nuclear arsenal. Yeah, that's the conversation that's been going on since about 2023. So I do believe this is something we're going to see. And again, if we're helping them build nuclear weapons that are integrated with U.S. technology, that allows them to also integrate U.S. nuclear armaments, which then gives South Korea exactly what they want, a nuclear weapon, to better arm themselves and defend themselves. And it's the threat that is most important. And I think it's not speculation. I think this is soft military announcements to other world nations without drawing a lot of attention by the mainstream news media on this. And rather than get public pushback, what we were talking about with North Korea and the nuclear submarines, that rather than get a lot of pushback from the public about nuclear proliferation, this is the way They say it's an attack sub, in quotes. It's a nuclear-powered attack sub, which would mean that it would have capabilities of firing nuclear armaments. That's what I believe. But again, because it is because it is a very important issue for the safety of Southeast Asia going forward, I think it's something that we need to talk about, as it seems that we've inspired some people to talk about in the chat. This is why we should be talking about this. This should be more public for the United States, at least, and our public, to have this conversation about our future, about our involvement in Southeast Asia, where our treaties stand, and how we will stand by those treaties. I think it's important. And so that's why I wanted to bring it up. I'm glad that it did bring some conversation. I apologize for any lack of clarity that I may have made in that, but I thought I was being clear, but maybe I wasn't. But again, I thank Dal and Hal for Hal Stewart, and also User Has Been Banned, for questioning some of the things that I may have been unclear about. So I thank you guys for that. I love my audience. You guys are so great in making sure we can have a complete conversation, as we should. As a nation, that we should be having these conversations, because not having them causes more problems than having them. But and we should move forward with that. Let me go on in the program. And by the way, please remember to like, share, and subscribe. It is important. And do consider doing the super chats like John Lashcombe did, because half of that net is going to be going to the Jericho Project in 2026, January of 2026, to help the homeless, veterans, and families. So again, our target this year, by the end of December 31st, 2025, we want to hit 2,000 subscribers and $2,000 in donations for the Jericho Project. That's our goal. That's our target. We can get there with your help. So I wanted to switch a little bit, because we are still talking a little bit about international politics, but again, we're in this lull period where a lot of politicos are taking their vacations, and both the left and the right are trying to figure out what is the theme for 2026 moving forward. What are we going to talk about? And until they can get a new story to say, Orange Man bad, he's evil, MAGA is bad, Republicans are bad, until the mainstream with their bias are able to attack again, they need something to fill that gap that is still saying they're attacking. They still want to be able to attack, but they need something that will draw people's interest. They don't have a story at this moment. So they went to climate change. And climate change is something that we really haven't heard about for months upon months. In fact, towards the end of the Biden administration, they just dropped that whole concept. It stopped being as impressive. Now, the most recent news about it was, of course, Bill Gates walking back the importance of climate change as it has been described to us under the Biden-Harris administration since 2020, where it's the all-encompassing everything. Ever since Greta Thunberg, we were told, oh no,
1
the world's
second,
going to end.
you're worrying about your home. And then
AOC was telling us that, oh, the world's going to end in 12 years, even though she was joking at the time. A lot of people didn't realize she said that. At least she later clarified that her thought that the world would end in 12 years because of climate change, that she was being sarcastic. I don't think most people who follow her took it like that. But then again, no one's been talking about climate change because it's not that important. Because man-made climate change isn't real. At least that's my opinion based on the data out there. Climate change absolutely happens. The planet has changed. Well, we've had 24 times where the planet has either been one complete ice ball and or a complete desert. The planet and the climate on the planet changes every day and always has been. Man-made climate change, that is more a political statement than it is scientific data. And we've seen throughout the years, for the last 15 years, We've seen how the data has been manipulated over and over again. And we know that since 1958, there has never been or rather, I should say, every promise and prediction by climatologists has been wrong. Every single one. There has never been a promise or prediction by climatologists about the environment that has ever come true. We've been told about global warming. We've told about global freezing. In fact, they've gone back and forth with these things, global famine. They've gone all over with this. And because they've hit everything and nothing has ever been true, they now go with climate change because it's almost every day. The climate's changing right now in New York. It's about to rain and the temperature just dropped. Climate changed. It's something that happens every day, every 5 minutes. So they're bringing this back because it's a catch-all. It's an easy way to get the youth involved because of the fear-mongering that has taken place over the last 10 years, easily, if not the last 15. It's something that is a wonderful, easy trigger button to get the youth riled up. Because what are they going to be riled up about? Mass deportations has not been a winning strategy for Democrats. People are pissed off that they are more enthusiastic about taking care of illegal aliens than they are about taking care of American citizens. And that we have far too many people like Kat Abu, who's running for the Illinois 9th District, who is far more concerned about protecting illegal aliens and keeping them in America, even though by keeping them, we are destroying our infrastructure of our cities, like in New York, Boston, Chicago, LA, as each of their mayors have admitted. They're more concerned about keeping those illegal aliens rather than trying to take care of the American citizens who are in need at this moment. And I think that's a losing argument for Democrats and has been for some time. And every time people actually think about that and they get past, ICE and Donald Trump is trying to be a dictator, once you actually think about what is being done and the fact that the American public still want mass deportations, the majority of Americans still want mass deportations, we have too many illegal aliens. And that's causing far too many problems. I think the Democrats are losing on that. So they need a button to push now that the election has passed as they prepare for 2026, because we are in that cycle already. Climate change. It's the easy answer. And we see the Trump administration didn't send any official representation to the COP30, the international conference on climate change. And the reason why I think Trump didn't do that is because it's not necessary. The United States already leads the world in CO2 reduction. New York State is better than most nations in the world in terms of CO2 reduction, just in New York State alone. We're better than most European nations, absolutely better than African nations, better than India, better than China. And realistically, the biggest leading causes of, or the growth of CO2 gases and climate change gases in the world are coming from China, number one, India, number two, and various, or in total, Africa and many of the African nations, number three. And they don't care. They don't care. Now, it's absolutely relevant and positive to say, I want a clean planet. I do. I think that's perfectly fine. But if you tell me climate change, now I disagree with you. And I think the policies, like we were seeing from Mr. Schellenberger in that video, that was a couple of years ago. God, I think that was back in 2022. We need to have a realistic approach on this, which brings up, we need more nuclear power. Realistically, if we want to truly have the amount of power that we need for the future, for the quality of life that we have at this moment, for all those activists and youth who are so obsessed with their iPhones and Starbucks and the internet as it exists. You don't get that if we move towards renewable energy. It's just not possible. You can ask the New York State Department of Energy right now, and they will tell you that by 2030, we're going to have a gap in the amount of power generation we can make and how much that we actually need. That's just a fact. Department of Energy of New York State will tell you we're going to need more energy, more electricity than we can actually make. And that's including with the expansion of solar power and wind power. Even if you're putting the wind turbines in the ocean, it's still not enough. We need another solution, which would be either coal power plants or nuclear power plants. And this is true not only for New York State, it's true for the entire country. And we already see that in California. They're already having brownouts on a regular basis. In fact, they're turning off electric vehicles from being able to recharge during the summer at different points because they don't have enough power. And they have been one of the leaders on solar panels, wind power, geothermal. They've been trying renewable before everyone else tried it, and it doesn't work. It's not effective. It's not efficient. It's just not a solution. Nuclear power is. Given that understanding, we are seeing that Donald Trump said, well, why am I going to go send the official delegation of the United States to remind all these countries that America reduces more greenhouse gases than any of these countries individually, and most of them as a collective. The United States reduces more greenhouse gas than all of Europe combined easily by about 3 times, all of England by about 5 times. So it's ridiculous. Why are we sending people there to say we're going to keep doing what we've already been doing and the rest of the world needs to catch up? Why are we going to waste our time going to this? And we will point to China and India and the various African nations and say, that's where the problem is. Why are you bothering the United States? Why does the United States have to pay a penalty when we aren't the problem? We're the solution. We are the example of reducing greenhouse gases. We have been the most effective at it. So why do we have to go and get berated and have people say that they want to impose taxes and tariffs for climate change on the United States when the problem is China, India, and Africa? It makes no sense. So why would we participate in this when it's not beneficial? It has no benefit to the United States. It has no outcome that's going to change. Now, there are several members of Congress and small organizations, about 100 of them, that actually went to this event. Why did they go? To say that they're Democrats and to virtue signal. For the members of Congress that went, so that they can say on their re-election campaign, they can come back with video and say, see, I was at the climate conference. You should re-elect me because climate change is the most important issue facing America, according to Joe Biden, when he was a part-time zombie and wasn't in control of the United States. Okay. But does it have any impact? No. Will it change anything? No. America's still going to We're still going to be following up on our climate change initiatives in California, in New York, in Illinois, in Massachusetts, across this country. It's something that we've already integrated into our economy. It's something that we're continuing to do. So that's not going to change. They're not going to be able to make policy for the United States. Those 100 institutions and members of Congress, they're not going to be able to create policy for the United States. So effectively, they just went there for virtue signaling to be able to raise money for their organizations and for their election campaigns, and that's it. They haven't actually done anything positive. They haven't actually done anything effective or efficient. They just wasted money and time and increased the amount of CO2 gas in the world, flying their jets to go to this conference to achieve nothing. That's all they did. They increased the amount of greenhouse gases in the world to say the United States is going to keep doing what we've been doing, which is better than what everyone else is doing. You should give me more money. It makes no sense to me. It makes no sense. But they are virtue signaling. They are absolutely virtue signaling, including this gentleman, Gavin Newsom, who is virtue signaling as hard as he possibly can because he wants to get prepared for 2028. He wants to be one of the acknowledged leaders of the Democratic Party in the nomination process. He thinks he can become president. I don't think he can, and I don't think he should. I think he's been a miserable governor of California, and I think he would do even worse for the United States. He would be as bad as saying Zohran Mamdani being the governor of a state, or even worse in federal government. It's ridiculous to me. I don't think many would disagree with that. So, but we're hearing the conversation about climate change again, and it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. Let me show you something. Where do I have it? I just want to show you a chart about this. You may find this to be interesting. I think it was. This is from Google Trends. And you can check this for yourself. I have climate change, Elise Stefanik, and Epstein. These are the big three stories of the last week. And as you can see, Epstein is used. This is a story that under Democrats, no one talked about. No one talked about Epstein and the Epstein files under Joe Biden. It wasn't a story. They let it go. But under the Trump administration, for good or bad, it was something that Trump was talking about. It was something that he said he would release the files, which he hasn't done. Pam Bondi has completely failed on that, no doubt. And this has caused aggravation for many independents, conservatives, Republicans, and of course, Democrats, because they are convinced that Donald Trump was just as culpable as Bill Clinton. And because he's Donald Trump, that means he's even worse. Even though it is definitive, we have the evidence. We know Bill Gates and Bill Clinton were at the island exponentially more than Donald Trump was. They were exponentially more involved with Epstein than Donald Trump was. But the left only wants to focus on Donald Trump because Orange Man bad. And so they have to keep pushing that narrative. So they have to say that it's worse, even though demonstrably, empirically, we know it's not. But that's all right. And you can see when the left has nothing else that they can talk about, they talk about Epstein. When they're in between news stories to attack the right, to attack MAGA, America First, and Donald Trump, when they have nothing else to talk about, well, then they talk about Epstein. And they only talk about it in reference to the right, not their own members of the left that are highly culpable and should be called out. That's my thing about this whole Epstein thing. It should be both sides. We should be very clear. Either we're going to fix this and go after everyone on the left and the right, or we let it go because it's part of the corruption of our government. And obviously, neither side wants a solution because both sides will be pulled in. If we start going after and punishing the right, the left will be implicated as well. And they need their people to be punished just as much as those on the right. And the left doesn't want their people punished. They want their people in place. They want Republicans alone, the right, to be demonized so that they can take advantage of it. Again, Epstein is a virtue signal. This isn't about actually solving anything. It's about blame so that one side or the other can get political advantage. That's truly what this is. That's why you only see Epstein come up as an issue whenever there's nothing else to talk about. When there is no other news story that can be used to attack, in particular, almost always the left attacking the right, then they go to Epstein. And that's only since Donald Trump came back because they didn't talk about it at all. In fact, this is over the last year. And you can see when there's a lull in other stories, like over the summer, And right now, then it skyrockets. But the moment there's any other story, it relatively dies down. We can go back in time. Let's go over the last 5 years. And you can see in the last 5 years, under Democrats, there was no activity. No major news media. They really weren't talking about Epstein at all. Not until Donald Trump started promising in 2024, and in 2024, when Donald Trump started promising that he would reveal the Epstein files and go after the left and the right that were involved with that, then there was interest. When the right got back involved and when they said that this was something that was politically advantageous and worthwhile, then we saw interest come back into this. But otherwise, they don't care. The left-leaning news media don't care. This is just a virtue signaling story. And I know I have personal friends, my good friend Frank Johnson, who's with the Liberty First Foundation and the Range Report. He'll tell you, he's absolutely passionate about this issue and making sure that everyone who's on that list, everyone who is involved with that island and the abuses there, that they should all be punished. Left, right, royalty from overseas, everyone. But I know that this is just a virtue signal story. I wish we could get this resolved. We're not. Because the powers that be don't want anyone punished. They just want the political advantage. They just want to blame the other side for being the guys who aren't letting this move forward, that are hiding it from the public, and they're just going tit for tat. They don't care. That's the truth. Left or right, they don't care. They just want your money. They just want your vote. And they want you to blame the other guy, not their people, for doing the same thing. This is why you don't hear me talk about Epstein very much on this channel. Not because what was done is forgivable. It's not. It's that there is no political will to actually hold people accountable. And I mean that not in the public. I know there are many people who are watching this channel right now, people in the audience. You get livid at this, and you should. This is a big deal. It's something that we should resolve. This is something that should not go unpunished. I agree with you. But that's not the political will from the left or the right. The people who are elected in Congress, in the Senate, in the Trump administration, the Obama administration, the Biden administration. There's no political will to go through this and actually punish the people that need to be. Now, I think we're getting close to a time where that will be true. We just saw that, was it Prince Andrew, the brother of King Charles of England, and he just had all of his royal lineage removed. He's no longer a member of the royal family. He's been stripped of all of his titles and his privileges. He's been cut off from the family and their income. He's been basically made a commoner. He's just a regular guy now with no connection to the royal family and kicked out of the properties of the monarchy in England because, in large part, it is rumored, because of his actions relating to Epstein Island. And I think that that is part of our relationship with the monarchy, with England and their leadership. I think that was one of the things helping to protect people who are connected to that island and to those activities. But there's still a lot of very rich business people who aren't being held accountable. Not just royalty, but others. And maybe that's because of, I know people like to say, well, it's all because of the Mossad. Let's be realistic. Every intelligence agency in the world would have had some spy, if possible, connected to or checking on Epstein's Island, because that gave them blackmail material. I am absolutely sure the CIA was involved. I'm sure that the Mossad, I'm sure the MI5 of England were absolutely aware of what was happening on that island, and they were using that information to build up assets for their intelligence agencies, people that they could use and blackmail them to do what they wanted, these various intelligence agencies. And I have no doubt that the FSB, which would be out of Russia, the Chinese intelligence agencies, every major world intelligence agency would be tracking these people for that blackmail capability so that they would have influence. And I don't think any country wants that to be revealed. That they had agents, intelligence agents, whether it's CIA, MI5, whether it's the Chinese or guys from Zimbabwe, none of them want people to know we knew what was happening and we did nothing. And I think that's the thing that's been protecting it the most. I could be wrong. But at this very moment, I think it's important for us to understand this is being used as a dog's a bone for a dog. They've got nothing else to do, so they'll throw you a bone, keep you occupied, keep you busy and angry and running around in a circle until they can say, and oh, by the way, now we've got a subject. We've got something to be angry about. It's the war in the Ukraine or the war of Hamas versus Israel. I mean, notice, as soon as Donald Trump resolved effectively, as best as could be, the war between Hamas and Israel, and that is essentially over. They're still fighting. There's still people dying. There always were. That's not new. That's not a new level. There's always been fighting. There's always been people dying. But the war, the magnitude of that has been effectively ended by the Trump administration. And now all of those college students who are protesting, and that was the thing that they did, they've gone completely silent. They have nothing else to talk about. Well, this is to give them something to talk about. Climate change. Go back to climate change. See, go back to, there's your story. That's your not backset. What's the word I'm looking for? Home base. It's your reset position, your default position. You go back to climate change because you have nothing else to argue about. The thing you were upset about got resolved. You don't want to give credit to the Trump administration for resolving it. You still want to complain about it, but your argument's gone. So now they're looking for the next argument that they can jump on and say, oh, no, but Orange Man bad. It's, no kings, whatever the stupidity they want to go with. That's the next thing that they can virtue signal on. They just need something in between, and it's climate change. It's a dog whistle. That's all it is. It's a dog whistle. But while we're waiting for the next dog whistle to come out from the left and or the right, but realistically from the left with the mainstream news media, we have the fact that Donald Trump has dropped tariffs. One of the arguments that were coming out more and more from the left during the election cycle was, well, the price of eggs did drop, but it's still high. And it went up slightly. The cost of meat went down, but now it's come back up a little bit. There is inflation. It's about 3%. Last that we had data, official government data, the inflation rate was about 3% for the year. It's probably going to end the year at about 3.5 to 4%, most likely 3.5% for the year. But that's still an increase in inflation. It's not the 22% that we had under the Biden administration, the 17.5% average of each year under the Biden administration. It's nowhere near that, but it is an increase. And so there is some legitimate complaint from the public, and we heard about that during the elections. And you'll hear many pundits right now that are saying, well, the election in 2025 was all about the energy prices, the food prices, the inflation. That's not true. It's not realistic at all. But that's the easy thing to point to. Again, it's a wonderful dog whistle. It's a wonderful virtue signal. It's a way to say Orange Man bad, even when it's not credible. It's easy. And people who are just willing, they just don't care. They don't like Donald Trump. They have Trump derangement syndrome, TDS. So they need anything that they can latch onto and say, see, that's why Trump's evil. That's why Trump is bad. That's why Trump has failed. Even when that's unwarranted and incorrect, they've got something to point to. And that was inflation. Well, Trump has fixed that. He dropped some of the tariffs on meat and coffee and fruit. And that will effectively lower some of the prices. Now, again, what's the purpose of tariffs? Well, as we talked about earlier in the show, it's to become self-sufficient. Build up the meat industry in America again and our processing of meat in the United States. We've had several factories burned down. We've been shipping a lot of our meat products overseas to China where they get processed there, very poorly processed, but processed there and then brought back to the United States. It's an inefficient system. It is a system that is prone to quality control issues because China doesn't care about quality control. The US does. We do have a higher expectation than most of the world about our foods, and China doesn't. So the processing is far lower quality. You look at the meats in Walmart, they're not the highest quality meats. You go to a butcher shop and you'll instantly see the difference between the two. Where does a lot of the meat in Walmart come from? Overseas. Most of that, China. So that's important. But again, we're seeing those tariffs have been readjusting since April, and the economy has adjusted. Inflation, I mean, we ideally would have 2% inflation. We're at 3.5. We're not doing that bad. It is not good. It is a problem long term, but relative to what we would normally have, it's not that bad. So I think that's kind of interesting as well. Again, the mainstream media won't talk about it. They don't want to talk about it. By the way, I kind of jumped around with Epstein here because I was going to talk about it anyway. The Associated Press mentioned that suddenly there are emails. This has been 6 years. What kickstarted, what told you that the virtue signaling was on, that they had nothing else to talk about? The Associated Press and much of the mainstream news media suddenly go, there's suddenly an email. And Trump's name is mentioned in it. This is kind of like when Elon Musk at the beginning of the year, back in March or May, was saying, well, Donald Trump's name is in the Epstein files. Everybody's name is in the Epstein files. He was a famous man. He had a huge crowd around him, kind of like Harvey Weinstein, surrounded by famous and powerful people. Of course, Elon Musk's name was in the very same files that he was saying Donald Trump's name is in. Yeah, they also had Elon Musk's name in it, and Bill Clinton, and Bill Gates, and a dozen other politicians, elected officials, and businessmen. Their names are in there. The question is what's being said, just like in this email. Donald Trump's name is in the email. Epstein was talking about Donald Trump, and he was complaining about Donald Trump because he didn't like Donald Trump. But the context isn't important. The context is being removed because you're supposed to react to the headline. The headline from the AP being emails from Jeffrey Epstein released by Democrats say President Trump knew about the girls. Who said that? Did Donald Trump say that? No, Epstein said that. Epstein said, well, Trump knows and he's an ass. Okay, context matters. Who is speaking and what are they saying about someone else? Now, does that mean that Donald Trump is absolved? No. Does it mean he should be investigated? Absolutely. Again, I want everyone investigated. That means Bill Clinton and Bill Gates. That means Donald Trump and anyone else. This isn't exclusionary. Yes, Elon Musk, investigate him too. Why? His name's in the file. Let's find out what he knows. Get him deposed. Do an investigation and depose Elon Musk and Donald Trump and Bill Gates and Bill Clinton and everyone else that's connected. All of them. Let's get them all deposed and involved. Oh, but the left doesn't want to do that. And I have to ask you, these emails, they're not new. These are emails from over 6 years ago. These are emails from before 2019. The left has had these emails forever, assuming that they are legitimate and not doctored, that these are legitimate, actual, verifiable emails, which is a question at the moment. We have to say, well, okay, we've had them for the last decade. We've had them since 2019. If this was so absolute, if this was such credible news and so devastating, and it was so impactful, why didn't they tell anyone? Why didn't the Democrats reveal these emails in 2020 or in 2024 when Donald Trump was running for the presidency? Why didn't they use them against any other politician, any other businessman? Why are we only hearing about them now when the left has nothing else to talk about? Because whatever's in these emails, honestly, isn't that important. It doesn't matter. This isn't going to change your opinion. They know that. That's why they didn't release them beforehand. Because they could, if they could actually influence people, if they were actually demonstrable, if they actually pointed out and put the nail in the coffin, proving that Trump or anyone else was definitively part of the activities on Epstein's island, they would have released it already. I want people to think about that. They would have released it already. They would have already told you this. You would have already seen this. It would have either been leaked to the media or it would have just been put out directly. We'd already have this. Democrats would have already revealed it because it was politically advantageous to them, especially in 2024. Kamala Harris needed all the help she could get. They knew she was going to lose. And if they wanted any hope of getting her to win or to deny Donald Trump a majority and therefore a mandate for his policies, they would have released it then. Why are they only talking about it now? Because they have nothing else to talk about. And whatever they are showing right now isn't the nail in the coffin. This isn't definitive proof. This isn't game changing. This is just a virtue signal. This is just meant to get you upset and to blame their opponents, the opponents of the Democrats, and to get more money so that they can run in 2026. It's something to keep you occupied until they come up with a new campaign that says Orange Man bad, Republicans bad, MAGA, America First, they're all bad. This is just a placeholder. That's what this is. And I know there's people who are going to see this and they're going to be upset and say, no, you just don't understand. I do understand. I want you to also get past that emotion. They're using that emotion as a shield to protect themselves, to hide that this isn't relevant. It's really not relevant. If it was, we'd already have it. I don't know. Maybe it's me. Maybe I'm just misunderstanding this. But I can tell you why now. I mean, look at this. This is coming from the Independent. Epstein texted. Here's another thing. And again, this is the left and the right using the same issue and the same emotional manipulation to achieve their goal. The left has nothing that they can attack Donald Trump on or the Trump administration. And the right has no idea what they can say right now to help them win in 2026. And all of the people who would make those decisions they're on vacation right now. They're taking the time to re-energize themselves. They're all on vacation. This is their summer break before they get deep into the 2026 election cycle. So with the lack of any leadership on the attack, this is what they're throwing up in front of you. So we just saw AP was revealing the leftist attack target for the attack, and now comes the right attack, which is Epstein texted a Democrat hints for questions during a hearing into Trump's former fixer Michael Cohen. This is from the February 2019 congressional hearing. 2019. They've had this. They knew this. As you go into the story, this is a story that journalists, if they've done their homework, they did their job. We knew that Congresswoman Stacey Plaskett, who represents the Virgin Islands, a Commonwealth of the United States, not a state, the Commonwealth of the Virgin Islands for the United States, that she was in Congress, and in 2019, that's her face right there, and she was texting live. She's live on her phone texting with Jeffrey Epstein as Michael Cohen was on the congressional hearing floor. And she was asking Epstein, what can I say that's going to hurt Donald Trump? Give me advice. Give me things to talk about. What should I ask to embarrass Donald Trump? This is in 2019. And Jeffrey Epstein, this is February. Epstein was arrested in July. Epstein was live texting her in the middle of a congressional hearing to give her help to attack Donald Trump because Epstein didn't like Donald Trump. Now, is this game-changing news? No. Does this change your opinion about Donald Trump, what he's done, what he promised? No. Does this prove that Donald Trump was on the island? No. Does it prove that there was a positive relationship between Epstein and Trump? No. It's useless. Does this mean that Plaskell, Stacey Plaskell, a member of Congress, was somehow involved, was colluding with Jeffrey Epstein because of politics? Kind of, but not really. She says, oh, well, anyone could text her while she's on the congressional floor, while she's in the middle of a congressional hearing. Anyone, any of her constituents, any American citizen or businessman could send her a text. By the way, no one has her phone number. She does say this in this article. She says it wasn't a big deal because, anyone, where is that? Where is it? I believe it's here. From The Independent, which reached out to Plaskett and her office for an answer. I believe it's here. It says, Plaskett, Representative Plaskett's office said that she received texts during the hearing from staff, constituents, and the public at large, offering advice, support, and in some cases, partisan vitriol, including from Epstein. The public at large do not have the private phone number for members of Congress. That's a fact. I have the phone number for a couple of members of Congress, and I can't give them out to anyone. They're not for at-large public notification. I cannot share the members of Congress whose phone numbers I have. I cannot share that with anyone. That is private information. And so she's telling you something that she routinely, the public at large, you could just go and text Representative Stacey Plaskett right now. No, you can't. Her constituents can send her a text anytime they want. No, they can't. This is a lie in your face. They buried the lie at the bottom of the article. The whole point of this article was to say Orange Man bad. Orange Man connected to Epstein. They're trying to say Democrats connected to Epstein. Orange man, innocent. That's the two stories that we have going on here. And now they're saying, see, the Democrats lied to you. The Democrats are hiding something from you. It's not important. I mean, other than the fact that she is lying to the public, she is literally saying something that is demonstrably not true and something that is unusual. I would like to believe, at the very least, it's untrue that members of Congress are getting fed lines to attack their enemies during a congressional hearing, that they're live texting, tweeting with people, getting information to attack someone on because they haven't done their own homework. That just tells me that Stacey Plaskett is absolutely horrible as a member of Congress, that she's a complete failure. Her staff are complete failures. You mean to tell me you couldn't have gotten the questions that you should ask? Your research department, your team, your investigative team didn't do their homework so that you were left with nothing. She had no idea what to ask Trump until Jeffrey Epstein said, hey, by the way, you should ask about Rona. What? By the way, how did she get Epstein's phone number? Is she someone who is also at Epstein's island? Was she also connected? See, that's the question that this article from The Independent wants you to think about. Well, she's a Democrat and she has Jeffrey Epstein's home phone number. He's texting with her like they're buddies. She must be involved. She might be, but that doesn't mean she is. And realistically, with all the information we've seen so far, she's not. This story is as dead as the Orange Man Bad story about Epstein. This is meant to be a placeholder. This is meant to keep you occupied and angry. This is meant to keep you donating to the left and to the right on something that's not important, that is not going to get resolved, that has nothing to do with an effective or efficient government or protecting kids. It has nothing to do with any of that. That's going to piss off a lot of people. It should, because you're being used. You are being used. Your emotions are being used against you for the political advantage of other people because they don't know how else to take advantage of you at this moment. They're figuring out the next tactic that they're going to use to suck away your money, your time, your energy in something that is not effective, not efficient, will not have a benefit to you, the American public, or the world. It's that I find very aggravating. But I mean, you can be mad at Stacey Plaskett, or you could be mad at Trump. You can be mad at a lot of people about this. It's not important. It is a virtue signal. This is an example of the right doing their kind of virtue signal versus the other articles I showed you, which are the left doing their virtue signal on Epstein as well. It's very upsetting. It's very annoying. But now we come to what is probably the most current example of virtue signaling from the left. This is the left coming out. Actually, wait a minute. Before I do that, because I'm going to be switching subjects here. Joel was with us. Hey, Joel. And Joel says, excuse me, I just last week posted a 1970s picture of New York City compared to a 2025 picture. We have cleaned up New York City quite a bit. Yes. Although I liked the culture of New York City in the 1970s more than I like the culture of New York City in 2025. In 1970, I was alive for this comparison. I've actually been alive long enough that if you were to look at a picture of New York in the 1970s, look at New York today, well, my family's been here for 60 years, over 50 years in the same exact spot in the Bronx. And my life, I was here. So I know how New York was in the 1970s, better memory of the 80s, but I remember the 70s. And I know today. In the 1970s, like much of America, New York had a culture, had an attitude, had a respect for American citizens, for different political beliefs and ideologies, a religious tolerance, and a dedication to your city, your state, your nation. We were Americans. First and foremost, and almost exclusively, we were Americans. Were there illegal aliens back then? Yes. Were there Americans migrating from other countries? Absolutely. And were they able to do what they do today? No. We weren't expected to take care of an illegal alien or a legal migrant. They come to America, they had the right and the ability to make a success or failure of their lives on their own. We weren't expected to take care of them. We could. Your local church, your local community could help those illegal aliens as much or as little as you wanted. That was on you because you had choice. You had agency. But now we have the nanny state. And the state says we have to take your money, take away your rights to give it to this illegal alien, even though they broke the law, because they have to be rewarded. And they won't tell you why. They won't tell you why we have to reward that illegal alien other than they exist. That makes no sense. For all of the crime, and there was a lot of crime in the 70s in New York City, and there was a lot of graffiti, and there were gangs, a lot of gangs, not like the gangs we see today. These were American gangs. It's kind of like the movie The Warriors was a great example of the gang situation in America, especially in New York City and LA and Chicago. The major situation of gangs in our major cities, the Warriors gave a good representation of that. And yeah, there was a lot more crime, a lot more graffiti, not as much dirt, but there was more. And you were happier to be an American then. You had more upward mobility back then. You had more confidence in yourself, your local community, your state, your country. You had more belief in the possibilities to improve your life in the 1970s than you do in 2025. Today, our kids are growing up and they think they have no choice. They have nothing is good for them. Everything's going to fail. They've been lied to, and they can never get the American dream. That's what the youth of 2025 believe. The youth of 1970 believed it would be difficult to get the American dream, not impossible. They believed that there was opportunity. They just didn't know necessarily how to access it or how far it would take them. They knew that if they tried hard enough, they could become more than what they were and more than what their parents were. That was the 1970s. You don't have that feeling today. The debt that we have our kids with today didn't exist in the 1970s. You can get out of high school in the 1970s, the 1980s. You can get a job and you could make a living, a decent living. You could raise a family. You could get a house. Be a little tight on a single income. It would be tight, but possible. Two parents in the household? Absolutely, you could do it. You can get a house. Take you a couple of years, take a decade or two to build up enough money, but you could buy a house. In fact, I know people that my family, I grew up around them. My family knew them. Living in the same apartment building as I am right now, they worked 30 years at GM in one of the factories here in upstate New York, just outside the city, Poughkeepsie, that area, and worked 30 years, retired, and was able to buy a house for him, his wife, and his daughter. They all lived in a house. They got to move upstate. Not a big plot of land, not a big fancy house, but they got a house and a fence, and they were outside the city. It could be done. And anyone, and by the way, the family I'm thinking of who did this, and there were a couple of them that did it, yeah, they were immigrants from Hungary. not the best English, not the most highly educated. Guy was working on the factory floor. I have great respect for him. And he was able to do that because you could. Today, you don't have any of that. So if I had to pick New York from 1970 or New York from 2025, I'd take 1970. I loved New York, the culture, the atmosphere, the vibrancy, the potential. All of that is better in the 1970s and 80s in New York than today. Today, we're far more multicultural. We're far more sensitive. We're far more virtue signal, but we're not better off. We are absolutely not better off as a city, as a state, as a country, and as a globe. We are not better off, even though we're 40, 50 years of technology and improvements, and we're worse off than we were in the past. There's a problem. If anyone disagrees with me on that, I'm happy to hear it. Go ahead, send me a super chat, send me a Rumble rant. Tell me, Mike, I disagree. No, things are better today on those qualifications than they were in the 1970s. Please, I'm happy to hear it. By the way, I do want to thank Joel. It didn't pop up here, but I do see that Joel sent a Rumble rant for $10. I want to thank you for that, and I highlight it. For those who are, if you're doing a Rumble rant, if I don't respond to it immediately, just send me a little text or something and say, hey, no, there's a Rumble rant. If I miss it, because the system doesn't always tell me that it's a Rumble rant, so I have to double check, but let me know. I will bring it up, and I do want to highlight that this was $10 for the Jericho Project. That's $5 or 50%, $5 going to the Jericho Project, January 2026, that month. And that's going along with John Lashcombe, who did $20. That's $10. That's $15 we raised so far just in this one show at this moment for the Jericho Project. I thank you guys for your support of the homeless and veterans and families. Thank you for that. Let me jump back to what we were talking about here. So they want us to, so the media right now want, again, they're trying to find something. And that's why we got all this news. And this is coming from the Independent as well. The news media right now, they're like, oh my God, MTG. Remember, this is a woman that the same leftist organizations, CBS, NBC, CNN, the same ones that told you that she was evil, told you that she was horrific and she was MAGA, are now trying to make you feel sympathy for MTG, for Marjorie Taylor Greene, because she's in a fight with Donald Trump. And I think this is something that is blown way out of proportion. I think this is something that the left is using, again, to try and make you say Orange Man bad. See, he's turning on his own allies. He's such an evil person. He's a dictator. If you don't say good things about Donald Trump, then he's going to destroy you. That's not true. Yes, he has political pressure. Yes, he wants to hear things that agree with his ideology, his plans for the future. Absolutely. And absolutely critique Donald Trump on anything he does. He's a president. He deserves critique. America should not 100% agree with everything he says on every issue and policy. We should analyze it and have debate about it. But this thing that Marjorie Taylor Greene tells Trump to refocus on MAGA, fine. There's nothing wrong with that. And tamp down on divisive rhetoric as feud over the Epstein files intensifies. You know, I just showed you. The left doesn't care about this. They don't want this resolved. The right doesn't want this resolved. MTG does. Fantastic. And her constituents want this resolved. Fantastic. And Trump is dealing with All of them. All of these different groups with all these different ideas. Yeah, he said, release the files. He said it's not the biggest issue in America at this moment. You may not like that. You may not agree with that, but he has a point. And at this moment, at this very moment, is that the most important thing that we have to focus on? We just reopened our government. Is there nothing else we can talk about? Is there no other issue? Remember, where is the argument that we heard last month in October from Democrats talking about Obamacare and why we should give Obamacare to illegal aliens? That's one of the big things they were arguing about. Why aren't we talking about that? Why is that not the issue? Instead, we're talking about Epstein. Yeah, I see you. Yeah. And what about in terms of, oh God, I lost my place. I lost my place of thought. But I don't think this feud, it's just meant to make you think that Donald Trump is a failure, that he's weak, that he has somehow lost control of his base. The left wants you to believe. Why? Because the left has lost control of its base. And they want you to think Republicans and MAGA are exactly the same position as you are, that they don't have an advantage. That's not true. We may be upset about a couple of issues within MAGA, with America First, Trump administration, Republicans, conservatives. Yeah, there are things that we argue about on what's more important than the other thing and which thing we have to do now versus later. But we have leadership. We have people who are like MTG that are standing up and saying, this is important to my constituents. This is an issue I want to talk about. Where does it rank on the priorities? We have a focus. The left doesn't. So they have to make it seem like, well, Trump's lost all of his control and his power base. He's off on his own. And that's because he's a dictator. They have to make you believe this, because if they don't, then you see how failed they are. Look at the status of where they are right now. I mean, they were talking about, oh my God, the government's closed, and they said it's about ACA, and then they dropped that in October, and in November they said, well, it's about food stamps. Which one is it? Is it both? It should be both. The government was closed. That would affect Obamacare and food stamps. They picked one or the other, and they dropped the one that wasn't working for them. For a month, it was about Obamacare. Then they dropped that. Why? It wasn't working. So then they went to food stamps. As it turned out, that failed too. That wasn't a solution. Trump said, I'll pay 50% of food stamps until the government opens up. They said, no, that's not good enough. You can't pay 50%. No. It's all or none. All or none. Trump said, then it's none. They said, no, that's not good enough. You got to do all. Well, no, you gave me the choice. You took me to court. They want us to believe that we're in just as bad a situation as the Democrats are, to make themselves look better. It's about virtue signaling. The Indy Star says, Donald Trump is pissed off at the governor of Indiana because he's not going to redistrict. Again, this isn't something that's divisive. And it isn't even the problem of the governor. See, they want you to think Donald Trump's having problems with his Republican governors. They're going off on their own. They're off on the reservation. They've done their own thing. He's losing his power base. No, the argument isn't with the governor. The argument is with the legislature of Indiana that isn't supporting the governor, who already said that he wants to do what Trump says he wants them to do, which is to redistrict, just like California, just like New York, just like Texas. So the argument isn't between Trump and the governor. It's with the state legislature and the Republicans in the state legislature that aren't doing what the governor or the president and many others want to see happen. That's the real argument. Again, this is about virtue signaling and trying to make it seem like there's a bigger problem. All right. I think you guys may have heard that's my puppy in the background. I thought I would have 2 hours, but he gave me another hour and a half. All right. So I have to find a filler. Bear with me as I try and figure out what we can do. I know. Where is I need. Bear with me, folks. I'm trying to find. We did climate change already. Let's see. Bear with me. Bear with me a moment. I already talked about climate change, at least Stefanik. We still have New York politics to come up. No, I did that last week. Did that. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to walk my dog again. This time it's going to be a little bit longer because it's raining outside a little bit. All right. So I'm going to play this and then I'll be back. By the way, I thank everyone for the support so far. You guys are doing wonderful in helping the Jericho Project. I hope you also are subscribing so we can get to 2,000 subscribers, as well as $2,000 for January for the Jericho Project. And I will be doing that live. I will make that donation live, but let's try and get there, folks. We can do this. $2,000. That's $1. That's like $2 from everyone who subscribed. If everyone who subscribed does $2, then we will easily be able to give $2,000 to Jericho Project January 1st. That's it. If only half the people do it, like $5, 1,000 people, we'd easily be able to give $2,000. It doesn't have to be a lot of money, folks, but it just means you're involved. So I'm going to walk my dog. It's now 5:27. He, of course, wants to go out when it's raining. We will be back at 6:15. So we're going to be back at 6:15. In the meantime, I'm going to play the interview I had with Larry Sharpe. You guys may have already seen that, but I think that will be relevant since when we come back, we're going to be talking about Kathy Hochul. We're going to talk about Lee Stefanik and their campaigns, how they have failed. We're going to talk about New York taxes. Corporate taxes may be going up. Is that because of socialism? Is that because of Democrats being inefficient? Is it because the economy is falling apart? Let's have that conversation. I think that's an important conversation. I'd love to hear your thoughts on it as we go through. Is New York taxes, corporate taxes going to go up? Does that mean U.S. taxes are going to go up? Does that mean socialism is winning in America? Or is that just part of the campaign? Let's have that conversation. We will do that when I get right back very soon. And thank you for joining me. This is No Soundbites Allowed, and I'm your host, Michael Voss, the political dragon here in the Bronx, New York. And today is October 31st, but you'll be seeing this in November. Now, the reason for that is I have a special guest, and they have a very busy schedule, but we are happy and lucky to get them in today to speak with us. And I think it's going to be a great show. You've met this man before. In fact, most recently, you probably heard about him from Sabby Sabs or Kim Iverson. He's been on with Adam Moreno, Hardlands Media. Or maybe you heard about him first from Glenn Beck, Joe Rogan, Tim Pool, Dave Rubin. Yeah, he's been everywhere. And who better to have on this program to talk with us about the future of New York and, well, just life in general is my very good friend, and I'm happy to introduce Larry Sharpe. How are you, Larry?
My brother Michael, how are you, my friend?
I'm doing well, and I'm happy to have you here on the program. As I'm mentioning in the intro, you're crazy busy right now. It's been quite
True.
the last 30 days for you. And that's because, well, I'll let you describe it yourself.
We
What's happening?
announced that we're running for governor. Governor of New York, the third time. Yes, I am insane. We actually, this is our third time doing it, and it's going to be our best chance to make it happen, and people know it. Some people say, well, wait a minute, Larry, why would you do a third time? There are several reasons. One of them is I've learned a lot. I've learned how to make this better, how this actually works, what we should be doing. And this is the best time for New York State for two reasons. One, you see New York State wants change. I mean, Mamdani in New York City is a symptom of New York City people desperately wanting change. Well, here I am. Not just that. Look, New York State has made it to where independent parties are just basically destroyed. They are gone. They're devastated. Someone's got to bring them back. We're not going to be able to change this state unless we're going to be able to create some single issue coalitions. And you know that right now, if you're a Democrat and you want to change something and Republicans agree, you can't go to them because Republicans are evil. You can't do that. If you're a Republican and you want to go to a Democrat, you can't because, oh my God, I'll get primaried. So you can't have that conversation. But if there is a third party, if there is someone running independently, that person can be the center that others can get around, right? But there's a second piece of that. If we have actual third parties, we can move the major parties. If you're in New York State and you wish you had better Democrats or you wish you had better Republicans, if you have a third party, it'll change. And here is my perfect example, RFK Jr. Donald Trump didn't have any policies on food or medicine. That wasn't part of his thing. He was doing his own thing, right? Tons of other issues to deal with. Him or his team or both, I don't know who did it, but either he gets credit, whether it was him or his team, saw that RFK Jr. had millions of votes sitting in his pocket. 3 million, 2 million, 4 million, whatever, millions of votes. And they were like, you know what? We could use those votes. That could get us our mandate. That could get us not just win the election, but that could get us beating Harris in the popular vote and get the mandate that we need. So you know what? Maha it is. And all of a sudden now, Trump's got food and Trump's got nutrition. And you might say to yourself, but Larry, I don't want that stuff. I don't care about that stuff. Maybe you don't. But then you should find your guy or gal that has the issues that you care about, have them run independent, and that can move the major parties to do what you want them to do. That can't happen if we don't have independent parties.
Okay. And by the way, let me take a step back before I go any further. And people may notice that I was laughing when you mentioned Republicans are evil. A lot of people may not know, and you've been on my program 5 or 6 times. We've known each other for just under 10 years now.
Yep.
You're a personal friend like myself. You're a Marine. We both live in New York City right now, and we see each other on a regular basis.
Yep.
And we go at each other. When we agree wonderfully.
Sure.
When we disagree, it's a 3-hour conversation, and yet
True.
we're still friends.
Yes.
So people, I don't want anyone to see that I was laughing at that statement and think, oh my God, anything about that. This is how we speak. This is us.
Yeah.
We're real.
And to be forward, I don't think Republicans are evil, but
No.
you know that many Democrats do.
Yes, very much. I know that.
Yes.
But you're nowhere in that. That's why I thought it was so funny, because that's the media line. That's the message we get, especially in New York State or in California, Illinois. The blue
New
is
York
the
City.
state. Huh?
New York City.
Oh, yeah. Wherever it's blue, where it's deep blue, that's the message that gets out there. It's not realistic. And I have to say, in the many years that I've known you now, and we've talked many times, various places across New York and otherwise, the number of people that surround you who are anything but libertarian. You've got Republicans that have conversation with you, Democrats. I've been present when we're out and about at various political events, and individuals from every political party speak with you on a regular basis. So it's just funny that we've become so politicized, but yet individually, some of us are very cross the board.
Absolutely. Generally speaking, I think, Mike, I think most Americans want a similar outcome. Not all. Some want really bad outcomes, But if you ask the average American wants a similar outcome to the other American next to him or her. Most of the time, that's true. The question becomes, do we get fooled by elites who actually don't want the same outcomes as us? That's option one. And option two, do we believe the narrative that, no, the other guy is evil, so whatever he or she is saying is obviously a lie because they're evil? Or worse, three, which I think is the most common, we just disagree on how to get there, even though we want to be in the same spot. I think all three of those are true.
Well, that brings up a great question. And even though I know you as a personal friend, and I have known about your run for governor because I am your friend, you let me know ahead of time. And I do support you, even though I am a conservative Republican. I do publicly announce that I support you completely. But that doesn't mean I'm going to be nice to you in the interview. Not that I'm a mean person, but I'm not going to give you any favors.
You can be mean. You can be mean.
Yeah, sometimes.
Yes.
Because looking at New York,
yeah,
and it's very much a reflection of the entire country. The top issues that everyone's looking at, they're looking at their lifestyle, their living comfort, which may include housing for some people. They're looking at crime in their communities, which very often also may have some aspect of illegal aliens in it. They're looking at,
particularly in poorer neighborhoods,
especially in poorer neighborhoods.
Yep.
And they're looking at their future, their livelihood going forward, whether it be wealth or whether it be raising their kids or just their retirement. These are especially critical issues in New York State. So I know it's a big, broad issue, but let me ask you, how are you looking, if you get to be governor this time, how can you address those issues when we've seen, well, only Democrats for the last 23 years have failed at that? So what is your approach?
Yeah, one of the most important things is looking for how do we wean New Yorkers off of taxation. Now, that may seem odd, but that's the key. Now, right away, most people go, wait a minute, like, that means you're going to start cutting stuff, and now we're all going to starve to death. And that's what I hear. And the reality is, no, I don't want people to starve. I want us to find other ways of raising money, other ways of paying for things that we need. And also something else, I want our communities to be able to step up again to support people. People do fall down. It happens. People make mistakes. People get unlucky. That happens all the time. My issue is what we do is go, oh, let's have a government program for it. And then we create a industrial complex around it. As you saw in New York, we created a migrant industrial complex. We created a homeless industrial complex. Well, we've created a poverty industrial complex. That's why we can't. That's why now the government shut down and, oh my God, we're all going to starve to death. Why? We made a welfare industrial complex, right? We make these industrial complexes that are never meant to go away. Now, I think the people who initially supported it, now who started it, people who started it knew it was a scam. But the people who support it thought, oh, this is going to be helpful. This is a good thing. We care about people. And I thought the people who support it probably thought it was a good idea. They can't imagine that it's not. They can't imagine this is not how it should work. They can't imagine it. And they're like, we have to just do this. Democrats are saying it right now with the shutdown. Oh, we have to keep the Obama subsidies going. Not accepting that Obamacare has failed. They can't imagine it. It's just, well, this is how it's supposed to be. New York State has a similar issue. So we have to start focusing on that. The one thing I bring up constantly is the idea of finding alternatives to taxation. One of them is the New York State Social Trust. This is basically like a sovereign fund for New York State. What does that mean? We create an actual fund, which is separate from the government. Let me say it again. Separate from the government. It has its own CEO, its own board. If it is part of the government will just take it and wreck it. Just like the lottery. Remember the lottery was supposed to be for, yeah. They're just taking wreck it.
Supposed to be for education. Never used a dime of it for education.
Never used a dime for it. Exactly right. Yes, just took it. Now, how do I know that? Because that's how Norway does it, and that's how Singapore does it. It's a separate company with a separate CEO and a charter. Why does that matter? When they're spending money, they will be efficient because they're private sector. So we know that will happen. Not just that. Their goal was to raise money, so they will. How do I know that? Because all these sovereign funds raise money. All of them do. Every one of them. None of them fail. So this one will also succeed. Plus, we are New York City. This is the financial capital of our nation. If we can't do it, pack it in. It's done. Ball game's over. Pack it in. It's fine. What are we going to give it to China? Who are we selling out to? Russia? Who are we selling out to? I don't know. Whoever the sellout we're selling out to, let's just sell out now because it's over, right? So that has to actually work. It can work. When that begins to work, we need several things. We can put whatever we want into it. If we want to put in some precious metals, if we want to put in some tax money to start off, if we want to sell and or lease state land, we can do that too. If we want to put cryptocurrency in it, that's fine too. Whatever we think is going to work, drawing people in, allowing the financial sector to do what it does best. Instead of investing in what they are now, real estate, taking up our farmland, taking up our housing, give them something else to actually invest in. They invest in this will go wild. Again, how do I know this? Because sovereign funds very often, for those of you who are in a financial world, know, very often in today's world, the sovereign funds are the biggest players. They are very often the biggest players. Not always, but very often. They're one of the biggest players. There's a big deal going on. A sovereign fund has something to do with it. They got to cut. They're 10%, 20%, whatever. They got to cut. They're in the biggest deals in the world right now. We should be part of that, making that money. The first thing that thing can do is that can begin to pay for schooling, education. As it begins to pay for education, it will be by default, it will be more efficient. Why? It's paying for it. As it begins to pay for it, we make sure two things happen. No strings attached. It's not government. No strings attached. It is to give a flat fee to every single district per student. So the money by default follows the kid. Number one, we don't have that now. That's important for us to do. The money follows the kid. Second piece, once that happens, we do not require federal funds or state funds, which means no federal strings, no state strings. Local people actually control their own school district. Right now, they don't. So now we have problems with, the teacher is a bad teacher and they got to sit in the thing and get paid for. Oh, now it's local. You do what you want now. Well, you can't because this doesn't matter. Well, the teachers unions, who cares? They have no power anymore. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. It's relevant.
I can see a few unions being upset about
they're not going to vote for me anyway. If I win without them. So it's not like the union's going to be like, we love Larry Sharp. So if I win, I win without them.
Yeah, they only support Democrats. We've all
correct. So that's irrelevant. So it's relevant. But I got to go to the next part. Teachers actually love this. It's administrators who don't. Teachers actually support me because the problem's not in the teachers. The problem's with the administrators.
True.
When we start getting rid of all these administrators, teachers go, oh my God, I'm free. The average teacher in New York State makes about 70, 80K a year. The average administrator makes 2 or 3 times that. There are administrators in New York State right now who make $400,000 a year. And they don't even see any kids. They don't even see any kids. These are all people who are bureaucrats to keep the state and the federal government happy. They will begin to go away. We'll have principals and vice principals like we used to have when you and I were growing up. And somehow you and I learned how to read and write. Somehow we learned how to survive. Somehow we did, right?
We made
somehow. We did. We made the internet, right? We somehow did this, right? With just principals and vice principals in schools. That will begin to happen. And that part's great, but I have to go one step further. Not only will that make education better, but for those of you in New York, if you own a home, about half of your property tax is school tax, depending upon where you are in a state, but it's around half. Some places it's higher than half, some places less, but it's in that area around half, which means overall, once they're paying for school, no need for school tax. That means your property tax is cut in half. A lot of people can stay in their home now. A lot of people can afford to stay here in New York State once that happens. So we do that, things begin to change. And again, I did it without raising taxes, better schooling. Now, over time, that will raise. Let me give you an example of that. Right now, if you look at places like Norway and Singapore, the amount of money they have in their sovereign fund is insane. They have almost $1 trillion in their sovereign fund. There's only 5 million people in Norway.
True.
There's only 5 million people in Singapore. And they got $1 trillion. If I got $1 trillion, 5 million people, you get healthcare. You get healthcare. Everybody gets healthcare. I got $1 trillion and 5 million people. Who cares, right? Now, I'm not saying we should do that. But what I'm saying is, once we can deal with that with education over time, why can't we maybe take some of the burden off of the counties for Medicare and Medicaid? If we start taking some of the burden off, they can start rethinking healthcare. And that's what I want. Right now, the reason why people aren't rethinking healthcare is because they're afraid of no safety net. They are worried. Fear is what's stopping us. It is. Fear is stopping us. Oh my God. You see it now, Mike. Everyone's scared. Oh my God. Obamacare is not going to be there. The world's going to end. Obamacare made things worse.
Yeah, it
I
did
know.
make things worse.
It made things worse. That's why the government has to write us big checks, because the government made things worse. Now, but that's the problem. People, the fear is still there. But if I can tell you, don't worry. If things go bad, the sovereign fund can take care of it. The fear goes away. And now we go, all right, let's rethink healthcare because we have this safety net here. And that's the point. That can help tremendously.
Okay. So part of the answer is creating the sovereign fund.
Yep.
Taking out the federal government, taking out the state government, getting rid of the regulations. And in the case of education, I do know this stat very much off the top of my head. Since 1980, we've seen the biggest growth in cost for education has been middle management. It's been administrators. They've actually tripled the cost of how many administrators we have, and therefore the cost has gone up as well. And that's just people moving paperwork around. So that does address one of the biggest concerns. It's all the paperwork, which is taking up all the money, because we haven't increased any money on books and supplies. We haven't increased the money for teachers. It's just administrators. So,
well, I'll add a piece to that, Mike. You're exactly right. And the problem is a lot of people don't even know what is the right thing to do because they're controlled by federal guidelines. Imagine if now all of a sudden there's your money, there's no grants, there it is. And now locally you can decide, should we hire more teachers, or should we give teachers raises, or should we buy more computers? I don't know what the answer is. Hopefully locally they'll start doing that. Some school districts will hire more teachers. Some will give raises. Some will get more whatever. And now we can see, oh, that didn't work. Oh, that works better. Oh, they're doing better, or they're happier. And how we know? Remember, I'm districting, but I'm not telling you where the kids have to go. So if parents decide to put their kids in different districts, they may. And we'll see which districts work. Not just that. With my plan, it's $18,000 per year with a $6,000 credit if people want to homeschool or private school. Now, why only that amount? Because I still want the kids to be able to use the public facilities. So you homeschool your kid, you can still be in a football team. You private school your kid, you can still be in a math club. I want communities to stay together, even if the kids are educated differently. Now, how we know what's working, what's not? If half of your kids are homeschooled or private schooled, your public school is not working.
that's true.
It's not working.
Well, we
It
already
isn't.
know.
Yes, but what will happen is they'll have to respond in some way. So as they respond, because there'll be less kids in the district, what'll start happening, right? There'll be problems. People look and go, why is only 10% of the population in a public school district? Wow, these guys suck. No one will do what they do. They'll have to change, is my point, right? That will have to begin to shift. And the market and the people in the communities will go, yeah, this is the way we want things to be done. We want it this way. We want it that way. And they will by default get better.
See, I like, you know what I always loved? And since the first time that we met, which was supposed to be a 15-minute interview, wound up being 2.5 hours. And I grilled you. That was me being mean. But we got a lot answered. But what I've always noticed is you always have a solution to the issue. Not just a promise, not just an idea, but an actual solution. Whether I agree with every one of them or not is immaterial to the fact that you have thought it out, you have a solution, you have a target, and we can work towards that. And sadly, I have to say, I know for a fact Democrats don't. They say throw more money at it.
No, they go orange man bad.
Well, that too. That's the new thing. Is orange man bad, then they say throw money at it.
Their money, yes.
And Republicans, and I'm a Republican, one of our biggest problems is in New York State, we keep saying, yeah, but they're bad guys. We don't have a solution. And that's upsetting. But
but here's the weird part about Republicans here. And I'm going to give Republicans a bit of credit here. When it comes to the country, Republicans actually have answers.
Yes.
But when it comes to New York State, they've given up.
Yes. Sadly.
So that's why you hear me. I don't say the GOP has no answers. I say the New York State GOP has no answers because it is different. New York State GOP has given up. You see it with Curtis Sliwa. You and I discussed this before. They gave up on Sliwa way before he even started. This is an issue. This is an issue of New York State GOP thinking they cannot win, knowing they cannot win, and self-sabotaging to ensure they don't. that this is a New York GOP issue. This is not a GOP nationwide issue.
No, I agree with you. And it's sad. And I'm willing to give critique where it deserves to be, because just because I'm a Republican doesn't mean they get a pass on that. So I'm calling them out for what they did wrong. And you're right. They should have stood behind Sliwa, but also that indicates they should be standing behind Republican candidates across the state and providing.
And they don't.
And they're not. So, and I want a solution. New York needs solutions, not promises, not being willing to take second best, but we need solutions. But in listening to the Sovereign Fund, looking at the ways it can be applied to a couple of major issues that everyone in America, everyone in New York is looking at, healthcare, education, these are big issues that we don't really have a solution for. And sitting back and saying, well, it's their fault, doesn't answer it. But it also doesn't do something that we hear a lot in New York. And we've seen this with Mandami in particular. I like to say it's free stuff, but it's a little bit of free stuff, and I'm giving you something. The government is going to give you something, and you don't have to do anything. You're just going to get stuff. Now, you
deserve it.
Huh? Yeah, you're entitled to it. You deserve it.
You're entitled to it.
And then on the back end, well, now we didn't mention it up front, but on the back end, we're just going to be taking a lot of your freedoms. We're going to raise the cost of everything.
No, we're going to magically tax the rich, Mike, and they're just going to pay. God, don't you listen?
Yeah, they're rich. They're going to move. They're going to move because they already are. 200 to 300,000 New Yorkers every year for the last decade. Every year for the last decade have been leaving, taking about $20 billion with them. Businesses, property, wealth, family, they're gone. Right. So considering that we're looking at this new wave under the Mandami Democratic Socialists of America movement, and they're trying to make it a movement, that they're saying, well, we're going to just give you free stuff. And policies that have failed, have proven to fail everywhere else in the country. But that's a pattern. People get used to that idea.
Yes.
How do you think they're going to take your idea? And let's just look at the Sovereign Fund. How are they going to deal with that? How do you address that?
My hope is that they will actually just want to put me on a stage and debate me. Now, will the leaders want that? No, but I hope the people will. The advantage that you have talking about a sovereign fund, even if you hate it, and some people don't like it, at least now they have to talk about it. And that's the key, because now I can ask the question, what's your answer? Why is Mamdani doing so well in New York City? Well, because they're all lefties. That isn't the reason why. He's doing well because he actually has answers and Cuomo has none. That's why, right? Cuomo has no answer. In theory, Cuomo should be winning, right? He's a former governor. He's got all the blah, blah, blah. He should be, right? He's clearly not, but he should be. Why not? Because he has no answers. And that's the issue. He does not have answers. And Mamdani does. So, and what happens? Now they've talked about answers. If they don't, people get upset. My hope is they'll talk about my answers. Now, sometimes they get mad at me, which is good. Because they go, that can't work because, or worse, that doesn't work because capitalism. That's a big issue, right? Because capitalism. Capitalism by default in many Americans' eyes, sadly, as you know, you've seen the polls. There's a lot of Americans now who think capitalism is just bad because capitalism. That's a reason for it to be bad. Because capitalism.
Makes no
sense. Yes. But again, we have done, as Americans in general, we have done a very poor job giving them an answer other than capitalism bad. Oh, the system doesn't work, right? They know the system doesn't work. That they're sure of. But they don't know what the answer is to repair that system. So when enough people on the left go, see, it's because capitalism, it's normal, that's how it works, blah, blah, blah. If they just keep saying that, people honestly go, I guess that makes sense. You've heard me say 1,000 times, when people have a bad answer or no answer, they take the bad answer. So my thought process is, they'll hate my answer. Good, then show me yours. Let's have this conversation. What will they do as a general rule? The left will dismiss me. Just dismiss me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh, it's capitalism. He's bad. He's not the right kind of brown person or whatever they say there, right? You know what I'm talking about. They'll do that, right? Yeah. Whatever it is, they'll They'll call me an hysterophobe or something like that, and then they'll just dismiss me.
Right.
But the people may not, because when they're looking for answers, you see me. I go on left-leaning shows constantly.
Savvy
I go on
Sounds,
them.
one of the
Yes.
examples. Mhm.
I go on there and I talk. I get insulted in the chat. I get brutalized in the chat. But that's fine. I have the conversations, and always some of them go, "Yeah, he's not bad." Some always do that. I don't know what
Sure.
percentage that is, but I'll take the 5 or 10% I get, because those people, if they actually turn them, boy, do they turn. And I'll give you some libertarian inside baseball here.
Okay.
The right comes to us faster,
Mhm.
but the right also leaves faster. The left doesn't come to us easy at all, but when the left comes, they stay. Some of our best activists are former lefties or former Democrats, because when that person actually shifts, it is like, oh my God, what was I thinking? And they hate the left. When that person does turn, and one of my best examples is Thomas Sowell. Thomas Sowell is one of the best libertarian thinkers in the country that we have,
Sure.
and he used to be a Marxist.
Yep.
So it's harder to get the left to turn to us. It is. But when we get them, oh my God. So I want both. The right's easier to come, and they make more of our foot soldiers. But when the left comes, oh my God, they're super soldiers. They're all Captain America. So I need a couple Captain Americas too. So yes.
Hey, Thomas Sowell is a great Captain America.
Correct.
Got it.
Yes.
But since we're talking about, these changes, the way that we're looking to change everything, to basically get aspects of both left and right into a solution, and then working the solution. The first part of our problem is identify the problem. We all know what the problems are. Great. Second part is have a solution, work the solution, we get it done. This is coming straight out of the Marine Corps. I mean, this is basic stuff. That's the problem. Let's target the problem. Okay. Immigration is a big problem in America and in New York. We're a sanctuary state. We're a border state, both on the coastline and also with Canada. We have had, over 200,000 in just 1 year. We got over 200,000 legal aliens. Was breaking the infrastructure of the entire state. That's been a big problem. Now, in 2024, the nation uniformly said we want mass deportations, as promised by Donald Trump. And whether people love him or hate him, whether they like the way he's doing it or not, he is living up to the promise, mass deportations, to an extent. Could do maybe more. Maybe he could target other people. That's process, but he's living up to the promise. But that means we're now seeing pushback from the left, bluer than blue cities, like and states, California, Illinois, Washington State. They're all pushing back, and we're seeing the conflict. How would you, as governor, deal with Donald Trump, the issue of illegal immigration and ICE? How would you deal with that, as opposed to what we're hearing from Kathy Hochul right now, what we're hearing from Gavin Newsom and some of the other Democrat leaders, which is go out, have a riot, maybe get in a fight with ICE, and nothing happens, nothing productive gets done. What would you do?
Yeah, the issue is, I think in this case, Curtis Sliwa is correct. Curtis Sliwa said, you don't want to fight Donald Trump, you want to negotiate with him. I agree. I think that's the right answer. The idea is to negotiate with him. I have to understand that New Yorkers in general, particularly New York City people, they don't want ICE. They don't want to fight the immigrants the way the ICE is fighting. They want to magically make them happy somehow. What New York City wants is magic, which doesn't exist, right? So I'm just being forward. You know this. They want something that doesn't exist. They want magic. Okay. Now, I brought this up before, and I got to keep bringing it up. Sometimes people on the left don't understand Donald Trump, and people on the right get mad at him because he isn't conservative enough. And he'll break the conservative rules often. True. New York, look, he is what his personality is. And if you're a Trump supporter or not, you should understand this. He is a New York City real estate developer. Sure. That's his actual personality. That's how he thinks. That's what makes him so tenacious, because that's how you get shit built in this city. You just keep pushing. You sue, you go to court, you push until people surrender, and you scoot around any little law you can get around, and you get your boys. That's how you get stuff built. He's been doing it for decades. That's how he thinks. Not just that. He wants a deal done. I want that building up by the 13th. What do I got to do? Let's get this done. Who do I got to bully? Who do I got to yell at? Whose butt do I got to kiss? Whose palm do I got to grease? Right? He knows I want a deal done. And his core, he's a deal maker. So treat him as such and give him a deal. How do I deal with that? Here's what I do. As I told you before, I'm not against immigration. I'm against immigration with no plan. I'm not against ICE getting bad guys at all, but I want to give the good guys a shot. And that's not easy to do. What I'm planning is not easy, but this is what we need to do. We need to create, literally, I think in the Bronx, but closer in Brooklyn, privatized Ellis Islands. What does that mean? Literally get areas that either owned by the state or owned by the federal government, lease that land out to recruiting companies, get something built, similar to the idea of medical tourism in East Asia. Massively high hotels that could take hundreds, if not up to 1,000 people in it or more. You people who want to be legal, go there. You get vetted, you get checked medically, you get make sure you're not part of a cartel or the case may be. If you are part of that stuff, here come ICE. If you're not part of that stuff, you get an orange card. An orange card is very special. It is a 2-year work visa that allows several things. Number one, you may go to any state that opts in. If states don't want to opt in, they don't have to take you. If states want to opt in, they can do it. You get to legally work in New York State. You can actually go back home and come back. I want that because a lot of people move here because they can't go across the border. Work here. Go back home to your family. Work here for 6 months in the factory, whatever. Work here for 6 months on the farm. Go back home to your family. You don't got to stay here if you don't want to. It's fine. Don't worry about it. I'm not mad at you. You get to come back and forth. Here are the rules. 1, you may not take any form of public assistance. 2, you must check in every 2 years. If you don't check in every 2 years, or we found out you have public assistance, you are now a criminal. Out you go. Here come ICE. You do that, it's fine. Go work. You do that, families won't come. Some families who actually want to become Americans will come. Many won't. How do we know that? That's what happened before we did this. Back in the 50s and 60s, workers came across the border, worked, went back home.
Yeah, for a long time.
Let's allow them to do that if they want to. If you want to be here, great, you can stay here, but you got to pay taxes. You can't take public assistance. You got to check in every 2 years. Now, what will that do? Well, now that allows, 1, there'll be a holding cell for the people we catch, right? Number 1. So ICE doesn't have to go anyplace. They're right there. We got them for you. There they are, right? No worries. That's number 1. But number 2, what will happen is people will start going there. And the people who don't go there are the bad guys. It makes it easier for ICE and law enforcement to do their job. I don't think ICE is required. I think NYPD could do it if we had this system. I would rather NYPD do it. That's my choice. Now, if they need help, no wonder, no issues. You say, NYPD, your job is to get these undocumented workers. We're giving them an option to document. They don't want to document, then that's on them. That's on them. NYPD, go get them. If you feel you need help, call ICE in. This should be coordinated. ICE should come in when NYPD wants them. I don't like ICE coming without NYPD agreeing. NYPD says, you know what? We need some extra assistance. Come on in. I don't mind the federal government coming in. If NYPD wants the assistance, what we're doing right now is we're saying NYPD cannot do anything. Therefore, ICE is required. I'm saying the opposite. Once we give people the option of being legal, once we give them a choice to do so if they want to, now NYPD, go. Now NYPD runs this. And what will probably happen is at one point, like, we're overwhelmed. We can't do all this stuff. Then they will call in ICE. And now it's coordinated. The problem is ICE people don't know how to handle this shit. They don't know where to go and how. NYPD does. NYPD also has people on the streets who know where the bad guys and the good guys are. If NYPD coordinates with ICE, now we got a shot here.
It's funny that you say that. And I know people look at it and go, well, that sounds nice, but I don't know. Because most people are used to what we're seeing in Seattle and Portland, Chicago, LA, where they're fighting where we're
Yes.
seeing the mayors, the governor saying, stand down, don't help ICE,
Yes.
which I think is a crime. And that antagonism has been creating more friction.
I don't
which
want
causes more
antagonism.
difficulty. Here's the thing that most people don't realize. What you just described is actually happening in Memphis. The governor, the mayor of Memphis is working with ICE, and they're actually getting a lot of the illegal aliens that are guilty or criminal, let me say violently criminal. They're getting them out, and crime is going down visibly. It's about 2.5, 3 weeks they've been doing this now. And the police have been working with ICE. There are no riots there.
Yes.
There are no, the governor's up, excuse me, the governor's upset. The Democrats are upset, but the city's doing fine. So what you're saying isn't some imaginary idea.
Not
It
at all.
actually is happening real world.
Yes. I'm not, again, what I think we did poorly is we didn't give people the opportunity to be legal. And we need to make that happen. Now, you might go, but Larry, the federal government, and it's not fair because people are jumping the line. No, they're not. Why? This is private. This is basically, these are recruiting companies. Recruiting companies vet people across the world every day and move millions of people across the globe in private companies all day long. And where's all the criminals? Where's all the murderers? They don't exist. They know how to vet people. They pressly do it. Well, who's going to pay for it? They will. They're paying Pablo right now as a coyote. Don't pay Pablo. Pay the recruiting company instead. You're paying the bad guys. Pay the recruiting company. Half these guys are working on the black market anyway. Take your black market money and put it into the real market and pay the recruiting company and get out of the black market. You get out of the black market, you lower crime by default. Not just that. The people who become legal, there's people who become legal who who hate the cartels.
Oh, yeah.
Hate them.
Lots of
They would happily, if they're legal and they now aren't going to jail and not getting deported and then go back home to their family what they want to and come back here and work, they would work directly with YPD. Yep, bad Pablo right there. There he is. That's the guy. Get him. They would easily work. They would do it for vengeance.
Okay.
For how the cartels have treated some of these people in these villages. So all of a sudden now NYPD gets help. Well, NYPD might say, we don't need you, ICE. Thanks. We got it. Or they might go, you know what? No, we do need help. But now we know how to coordinate so you don't get all this bad press because we actually know where bad Pablo is. You don't have to go to the Home Depot. He's right there. Go get him. Could change everything. Just you said it's happening in Memphis, right?
Yeah.
We're not having the problems in Memphis because the local police force, they know what's up. ICE guys don't know what's up. They're not from here. They have no idea.
No, it makes sense. Like I said, it's real world. It's happening. But that kind of brings me to a slightly different idea, a different question, which is especially because of the government shutdown right now.
Yep.
It's making people realize that, and we saw this before earlier this year with Donald Trump when he shut down all government funding to states for about 6 hours. And
I remember that.
hours,
Yes, the world was ending.
Yeah, we had New York, California, we had Michigan, all the blue states suddenly got on a live stream, all their attorney generals saying we can't run the state without federal funding. But in the shutdown right now, we're now coming to the point where we're going to see food stamps or SNAP, whatever you want to call it. EBT is going to be shut down.
Yep.
And so I think the bigger problem with that, it's being framed as, well, it's a Republican thing or a Democrat thing. Let's step away from that for a moment because it is a Democrat thing, but let's step away from that. I think the bigger problem there is those are all, everyone who's saying they can't survive, that they may or may not want to riot, you're a slave. You're dependent on the government. The government gave you something, and when the government takes it away, you've got nothing. And I think most people don't think of it that way, but that's what it is. That's the reality of it. Could you see a way that isn't the communist socialist idea of government-run stores, which we have seen fail?
Yep.
We saw it fail in Russia. I was in Moscow. I know for a fact it failed there. And in Kansas City, it failed there. It's failed everywhere it's been done in this country and around the world. So not going to the extent of government grocery stores, but also not going to I'm dependent on the government to feed my family, feed myself. Is there a middle ground? And do you have an idea for that?
Yeah. What we want to do in our perfect world, we're not there yet. What we want to do is we want to have it to where community steps in. Here's the reason why. And you see it in certain community groups. When communities help you, right? If you're in trouble, you can't pay your rent, or you fell down and you got to feed your kids or whatever. If the government starts giving you a check, it's invisible. It's the government. I deserve it. I'm entitled to it. Whatever. I applied for the program, whatever the case may be. But imagine if it wasn't that. Imagine if instead it was part of your community group. It was some nonprofit, your church group, your local civic association, your Knights of Columbus, whatever, right? Something like that. Elks Club. And they said, no, we got you. We're going to take care of you. We're going to pay your rent for this month or next month, whatever the case may be. At that point, it becomes personal. Now it's, Mike, when I was in trouble, you helped me. You took me to the Elks Club, talked to the elders, and the Elks Club wrote me a check to pay my rent last month. You know what? My community was there for me. I want to pay that forward. Not just that. I don't want to keep asking every month for that same check. I don't want to do that. I want to step up. I want to try to fix things. They're going to help me. Not just that. When that happens, the guys at also going to go, okay, is Larry really a worker? Did he just fall down? Is he a deadbeat? Does he have an addiction problem? Right? What's happening? What's going on in his life? Who is this guy? And if they think Larry's a good guy, they might offer me a job. Try to get me back in going up. They might help me in some other way, right? If I'm an addict, they might give me some addiction help. If I got a mental problem, they might put me into whatever. They might help me out because the goal is to get me better so I can join the Elks Club or join the Knights of Columbus or the church or whatever, and I can start paying it forward. So now some other guy's in trouble, and you guys help me out, and when that guy's in trouble, I'm going to be the one grabbing him, Mike, not you. You did it for me. I'm going to grab this guy. I'm going to bring him and say, hey, come on, I can help you out. That's how I want it to work. We don't have that now. We have go to government program. And whenever you add government, you by default lose community. How do we do that? Here's an actual program for that. Say you owe the state money at the end of the year. Fines, fees, taxes, whatever. You owe the government money. Speeding tickets. You got hammered for as a restaurant owner, you got a fine from the government for restaurant, whatever. You owe the government money. You can take $250 of that, and instead of sending it to the government, give it to any non-government funded nonprofit in the state. If it's in your county, that's double to $500. So to keep it local, if you can, you might go $500, Larry. Is that a lot? What happens when 1,000 people do it? 10,000 people do it, right? So now we decide that in my county, we have a problem. What's the problem? Our help for addicts is terrible. It's broken. Doesn't work. Oasis, which is the New York State group, is a goddamn joke. Right? So it doesn't work at all in New York State. So, and we decided we're going to do that locally. Great. So Mike, you say you got the plan. You're going to do it. Hey guys, give me your $500 and I'll go do it. And we do. 1,000 people give you $500. You got 500 grand. You open it up. Let's say you suck at it. You're terrible at it. No success, disaster. What happens the next year? We don't give you the money. You go under because you sucked at it. You said you're going to be good and you weren't good at it. What happens if the government says, we got it, we'll raise taxes and make a program. They raise taxes, they make a program. The program sucks. What happens?
It stays there forever. It never
more
changes.
Money. No, more money.
Oh, yeah, that's true, too. Yeah.
We give them more money. Their reward for failure is more money. Your reward for failure is you're gone. But say the opposite. You're successful. Mike's got the plan. We send people to Mike, and within 6 months, they're back in action. He's got the plan. What do? We give him more money. Mike, please take more people. Expand this thing. You got the plan. Oh, my God. Now, the opposite. You're the government. Government plan, and a government plan works. I can't imagine. But let's say, for the sake of argument, the government plan actually does work. What happens? You don't get cut.
Well, yeah, the government doesn't really do solutions. They do
it doesn't.
Eternal problem that you constantly need to,
because here's what happens.
So again, going back to my question, my problem with SNAP benefits. Once you're on, it's almost impossible to get off. And now
correct.
You're
Correct, because there's
digital flames. No sound bites allowed is the name of this game. his lap, cigarettes curling, smoking his political trap. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. He's a Republican dragon with his truthful slight, fights the battles unseen in the shadows of the night. From policy to passion, he breaks it all down, giving a voice to the voiceless, wearing his crown. Caffeine-fueled mornings, the smoke curls dance, Fluffy at his feet, giving life one more chance. Through algorithms and bias, he cuts straight and clear. Michael's roar echoes in the hemisphere. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. No sound bites allowed is his ultimate creed. A dragon's perspective where facts are the seed. Standing tall on his battlefield of thoughts, guarding the truth that others forgot. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough.
Uh-oh. There we go. Forgot to put everything back. Hello, everybody, and thank you for joining us again. I am Michael Voss, the political dragon here in the Bronx, New York. This is No Sound Bites Allowed, and today is November 16th. It is currently 6:16. We're right on time. So we're going to finish up the show. This is the final part to it. We're going to be talking about a couple of local races, about corporate taxes. We're going to talk a little bit about some of the deception that's been going on to distract you from things that are important, not only to me, but to you and everyone around the world. And that's what this is. This is a conversation with you and me and the rest of the world. We started off talking about some of the international issues. We were talking about legal immigration and the children, the unaccompanied minors, 450,000 of them that have been dispersed across our country, and nobody knows where they are. Nobody knows if they have been put into slavery or sex trafficking. We have no idea what happened to them after the 4 years of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris opening up the border. And this is a serious problem. But it's not something that's being spoken about by the mainstream news media. I don't know why. But now you know about it, and we can talk about this and try and get some attention on this issue instead of every time ICE raids a marijuana plant, a commercial marijuana plant in California, and we find children working on the farm illegally. That's not the way we should be dealing with that. That, of course, led us to talking about the renewed interest in Epstein and the Epstein files, something that only comes up when the left runs out of things to say Orange Man bad about, when they forget to be able to target something against MAGA, America First policies, then they run back to Epstein. Remember, under the Biden-Harris administration had 4 years to bring out the Epstein files. They didn't even try. They didn't even promise that they'd even look at it. They just ignored the whole thing because they don't want the Epstein files out. They don't want their dirt on their people to be revealed. So they're more than happy to say, oh, Trump isn't doing anything, even though they won't do anything either. They just want to blame it on Trump because it's a great distraction. It makes you pissed off. It makes everybody want to see this, and they don't have to do anything. They don't actually have to endanger any of their people. They can protect them because they know the Republicans don't want to reveal it either. The establishment doesn't. And Trump did want to do that in the first 100 days, but now the political pressure is too high to not reveal this to the public. The establishment has stepped in, and now it's just virtue signaling. It's just a way to get money from you for donations. It's very upsetting. We talked a little bit about what's happening across this country or around the world with South Korea getting a nuclear submarine, which may or may not lead to also having nuclear weapons to be able to defend themselves against North Korea and China, and how that's going to impact the United States. I think it's a positive in terms of the ultimate economic package that goes along with that will help us. And we talked a little bit about tariffs as well. So we've covered a lot of different issues, and I think we've had some great conversations there. And you can see I've had some great conversations with my good friend Larry Sharp, and I'll remember next time not to cover up his face if I'm showing you the video that we took on Zoom in the future. But that kind of brings me to what we're seeing now, or rather, what we're still not seeing now. Because I'd love to hear from those in the chat and others. And I'm going to show you something. This is one of the reasons why people love to come to this program, because we highlight the issues that American media is trying to downplay or ignore completely. And this is why I hope you are hitting the like, the share, the subscribe button, because that will help us to get more politicians like Mondami or Kathy Hochul or Elise Stefanik onto this program to answer questions for us that you have, just like I was doing with Larry Sharp. And if Larry Sharp wasn't my good friend, I don't have enough of an audience to get him on. But he likes the program. We've gotten big people before. They like the program, and they like answering tough questions, like Don Brown. You can ask him out of North Carolina, running for senator. I want to get those other guys on. So let's get to 2,000 subscribers by the end. And in next year, I want $2,000. So in January, I can donation to $2,000 for the Jericho Project. That's all coming from you. That's your help. All right. Did you hear about Tammy Duckworth? She is a senator for the United States, and it was her staff using her name and, well, her position to illegally take care of illegal aliens. That's a little bit redundant. Let me reword that. We now know for a fact that staff members of Senator Tammy Duckworth, who happens to be a Democrat, they just made up fake credentials, fake government credentials, so they could help an illegal alien. To get an illegal alien who should be deported from America and release them back onto the streets to continue to burden the system and potentially commit further acts of crime. And she didn't do this for an American citizen. She did this for an illegal alien. They lied and manipulated the system to help someone who isn't an American citizen. This isn't trying to get SNAP benefits for one of their constituents. It wasn't like they were trying to get someone into public housing to help them because they were homeless. It's not that they were helping some family get a job. No, they helped an illegal alien be a burden on the system. This is why you didn't see this on CNN. This is why MSNBC or MS Now, whatever the hell they call themselves, they didn't cover this story. This is why ABC, CBS, the American news media didn't want to touch this story. You have to actually go overseas. And this story, it was covered by the Daily Mail. Now, not the best of international news media, but more importantly, it was being covered. And you deserve to know about this. This is why the Democrats are talking about the Epstein file right now. This is why they're talking about socialism. This is why they're trying to be very quiet until they can figure out a topic that they can attack Donald Trump on. Because if you were to pay attention to what they actually are doing and what they actually failed at, well, look at this. This was reported 2 days ago. 2 days ago. So the media has had the entire weekend to tell you about this. They didn't. And as we can see, A staffer for the Wisconsin Senator Tammy Duckworth was allegedly caught on video, pretending to be an attorney for an illegal alien so they could get out of ICE custody, so they could not be deported. This is a crazy story. This is a crazy story. Duckworth's outreach coordinator, a guy named Edward York, told federal officers, ICE agents, that he was an attorney for Jose Ismael Ayuso Sandoval. That's quite a name. So we're going to call him Jose Sandoval. Okay? And this is according to the ICE director. Sandoval had been deported to Mexico 4 times. This isn't a guy who doesn't, first time, he's never broken the law before. Other than coming into America, that's the only crime he's ever committed. No, he's been in America, he got caught, he got deported. That's happened 4 times. This is a repeat criminal offender. And very often, where do the most violent crimes, who commits most of the violent crimes in America? Repeat offenders. People who have been who committed a crime, were convicted of that crime, and then are released, and they do it again and again. That is the largest group of where our violent crime comes from. Repeat offenders. And this guy is a repeat offender. Deport to Mexico, he comes back. Deport to Mexico, he comes back. Deport to Mexico, he comes back. And for some reason, the office of Senator Tammy Duckworth decided that they were going to lie. This is a crime, federal crime. Lie so that they could go and stop this guy from being deported a 5th time. This would have been the 5th time that he got deported. And they're trying to protect him. Why? Why in the world do they want to protect this illegal? First of all, why are they protecting illegal aliens? Second of all, why are you protecting someone who is a repeat offender? What is this about? I don't understand. He's been deported 4 times and was taken in by ICE because of a DUI. What did I say? The repeat offenders cause the biggest crimes, the violent crimes. DUI. He got caught for being drunk and driving. How many people have died because of drunk driving incidents across America? How many times have we seen that an illegal alien who shouldn't have a license in the first place and shouldn't be in our country in the first place get into an accident and kill an entire family? Now, luckily, in this case, that did not happen. He didn't have that accident. He didn't kill a family, but he could have. This is a preventable crime. This guy should never be on the roads in America. And I can't hear the argument. I would love to hear the argument from the left that tells me, but Mike, you just don't understand. This guy, he deserves to be in America. And drunk driving and breaking the law repeatedly. He knows he can't be here. He knows he's been picked up multiple times. CNN doesn't want to talk about this story. ABC, NBC, CBS, they don't want to talk about this story. The Democrats don't want to talk about this story. You're not supposed to hear this story. You're not supposed to talk about it. England is telling this story because the American news media, which prefers Democrats and liberal progressive ideology, do not want to tell you this. This is a fact. This is for the senator. This is when she got caught, or rather when he got caught. How many times has Edward York used the power and privilege of the federal government to help an illegal alien, a criminal who is continuing to commit crimes in the United States and endanger American citizens? Drunk driving is endangering American citizens. How many times has he done this and not gotten caught? I have to ask that question because I imagine this wasn't the first time he did this. And why is he picking people who have committed DUI and multiple violations of our laws? Lyons said in a letter to Duckworth on October 29th, York showed up to the field office lobby and said he was Sandoval's lawyer and demanded to be able to speak to his client. This is a crime. There are multiple crimes in this story. So he was let in, he was able to see him, and then he tried to get this guy released from the Department of Homeland Security. This is criminal, federally criminal. He only got caught because the law firm he claimed that he worked for actually had documentation on that illegal alien, and they got caught because they were submitting documents that he tried to submit, and they said, well, he's not one of our lawyers. When ICE and DHS asked, wait a minute, one of your lawyers gave us the document and you're giving us the document, why are you giving us duplication? And they said, he's not our lawyer. He doesn't work with us. We don't know who this guy is. And as it turns out, he's never been a lawyer. He has no law degree. He has no license. He's not an attorney. This is the guy that works for Tammy Duckworth. Now, the Daily Mail reached out 2 days ago, reached out to Tammy Duckworth. She has nothing to say. She doesn't want to talk about this. She doesn't want to, this is why it's not on CNN. This is why it's not on MSNBC. It's not on ABC, CBS. She's saying, I'm not talking about this. But I have to ask this question. What's going on? She hired this person. She hired an activist who decided to use the power and privilege of Senator Duckworth's office and the knowledge that that also provides to help DUI criminals alleged to get out of being deported for the 5th time. This is a problem. This is an ideology. She hired someone who thought that it was okay for him to commit multiple crimes, to impersonate an attorney, to try and create lawyer-client privilege that doesn't exist, to release a criminal who was lawfully arrested and was being lawfully deported and who was endangering American citizens' lives. I can see why the Democrats don't want to talk about this story. That he's, oh my God, he's endangering American citizens. This guy could kill an entire family of American citizens. It's happened multiple times across the country. He should never be driving, and he should never be in this country. But Tammy Duckworth is a Democrat that believes in open borders, that believes that we shouldn't deport illegal aliens, which 70% of Americans agreed with. That's what they voted for. 77 million Americans voted for mass deportations. Duckworth doesn't like that because the Democratic Party doesn't like that. And so they want to keep the illegal alien, and her team, knowing that Democrats want to keep the illegal aliens, that Tammy Duckworth wants to keep the illegal aliens. They don't care about the DUI. They don't care how many times he's been deported, how many times he has been a repeat offender, which tends to mean that he's willing to commit other crimes too. They don't care about any of that. They picked activists that would go out and do this. Now, Tammy Duckworth has every right to say, Mike, you just don't understand. This guy got employed because of a friend, or because he just slipped through the paperwork, or we didn't know he was going to do that. You can make those claims, Tammy Duckworth, and Senator Duckworth, I'm more than happy to give you all the time you need to try and refute this if you wish. I don't think you will. You didn't tell the Daily Mail, you didn't refute anything about this case with them. You didn't justify why this kind of person is working as your staff. But therefore, I have to try and fill in that gap, because the American citizens should know this is the ideology that exists with a senator for the United States, that because she's a Democrat, she believes in open borders so much that she will allow illegal aliens to drive, which is a crime, in the United States while drunk, to endanger families of American citizens. She's willing to do that because she believes in illegal aliens that much, She believes in breaking the law that much. She's got that much TDS, Trump derangement syndrome. She thinks Orange Man bad so much that she is willing to endanger her constituents by letting this guy drive, by letting this guy be in America. I am pissed off at that. I think you should be pissed off at that. You should be pissed off at the major mainstream news media for not reporting this. You can't tell me it's not a news story. The Daily Mail, an international newspaper, covered this. It is news. The senator didn't deny a single word of this. There's videotape of this. You should know this. And this is because of the policies of Democrats. This is directly a consequence of policies like Joe Biden's open border policies, the sanctuary cities, the sanctuary states. This is a direct consequence. And would they have tried to release this guy if he did kill someone? I have no reason to believe they wouldn't, because he would still be an illegal alien. He would still be illegally driving in America. He's still a repeat offender. What's different? Oh, he killed a family. Well, yeah, you would hope that would be something, but do we have to wait until illegal aliens, repeat offender illegal aliens, we have to wait until they kill American citizens before Democrats are willing to say, hey, maybe we should deport this one? Is that what we have to go through? Tammy Duckworth, Senator Duckworth, is that what you think? Is that what you want for America and your constituents? That you'll only deport an illegal alien if they kill one of your constituents? Is that what we have to go through? Now, I know there's a question that often I get about this is, well, Mike, how do you know that? Why do Democrats want illegal aliens in America? Why are they defending them so much? Why are they going and making false records? They're pretending to be attorneys. They're forging documents, breaking all kinds of federal laws for illegal aliens. They're going out and protesting and burning down buildings and attacking law enforcement, even getting gangs, trying to hire gangs to attack law enforcement. Why would they do that? The only reason I can tell you that I'm aware of, and Tammy Duckworth can correct me if she thinks I'm wrong, is that Joe Biden changed the rules of the census. And according to the census after 2021, illegal aliens count. So, as an example, in New York State, we lose about 200,000 to 300,000 people per year. 200,000 to 300,000. That's before you take into account Mondami or anything else. And we've been doing that since 2013 under Andrew Cuomo and continuing under Kathy Hochul. And they're taking money and families. So we're losing population and we're losing wealth, about $20 billion a year, if not more. And so that's a problem. Here's the thing. As we lose people, we lose seats in Congress. And since 1958, the New York representatives in the House of Representatives, in 1958, we had 45 members of Congress. Today, we have 26. Before Joe Biden changed the census in 2021, we were looking at losing potentially 3 seats. We could be at 24 right now, except Joe Biden changed the law. And it helped California and Illinois and New York and Massachusetts. It helped the bluer than blue states where Americans, especially conservative Americans, left. They took their business, they took their family, and they left, which dropped the population, which means we have less representation in Congress. And instead, New York counted the illegal aliens. So instead of losing 3 seats in Congress, we only lost 1. Why? Because we have that many illegal aliens that came into New York State. Same thing in California. They were saved from losing more seats. Why? Illegal aliens. Illinois, illegal aliens. Massachusetts, illegal aliens. That filled up the gap of American citizens that left in a tidal wave. This is why Democrats are so desperate to keep illegal aliens in their states in America because it keeps them in power. Because New York State would have 2 less representatives in the House of Representatives. That's 2 less Democratic votes. That means Democrats have less power, and they want power. So they're more than willing to allow an illegal alien, a repeat offender, to come back into the United States, get drunk, get in a car, and kill a family. They're willing to take that risk with your life rather than lose power. And they're doing it in New York, they're doing it in California, they're doing it in Massachusetts, they're doing it in Illinois, and they're doing it in Minnesota with Tammy Duckworth. This is across the nation. This isn't something that's just one of the big cities. It's happening in your state too. Democrats are more than happy to have this threat to your life and your safety and your family. They are okay with that. And they hire employees like Tammy Duckworth did that are willing to break every law, federal law, local law, allegedly. They're willing to break the law to be able to maintain power. Because they care about the power. They don't care about you. And again, Tammy Duckworth, if you think I have missed that, if you think I'm mistaken at all, come on to the program, show me the proof, tell me how I'm wrong. I'll be happy to have that conversation. We got a question here. Let me answer this. Whoops, wait a minute. There we go. So I got a question from Hal who says, when was the last census taken? The census is taken every 10 years. So 2020 would have been the last time that it's taken. The data is compiled, and in 2021, they released the report. So we were taking the data, and they compiled it, and there was the data with an illegal alien and without it. We knew if Trump won, he was not going to change the law. Illegal aliens would not be counted. In 2021, when Joe Biden was in, one of the first things that he did in January, part of the 40 executive orders that he did on day one, was changing the census and how it counts. And therefore, we knew that the illegal aliens would be counted, and that helped New York. So it's very upsetting. Very, very upsetting. It makes no sense to me. This is so insane, folks. Absolutely insane. But no one's talking about this. The mainstream media doesn't want you to know about this. Again, you can say, well, you can make the argument about illegal aliens. We need to change immigration law and maybe mass deportations. You don't like the way they're being done or that they're being done at all. That's an entirely different conversation than what we're seeing here. And that is an example of an ideology that is only harmful to American citizens. And that is a problem. Tammy Duckworth should have a statement on this. She should be explaining why she's willing to risk the lives of her constituents and other constituents. Your family, you could be taking a trip from anywhere, and that guy could be driving in your state, in your town, drunk, and harm you and your family and your community. This is a threat across the nation, and it is happening over and over and over again. I'm very upset about that. All right, so let me move to a different thing. Now, I showed you this a little bit earlier, but I want to go over it in a different way. Because, as I said, this is the Epstein file. This is in the last year. You notice the Epstein file only comes up. Now, this is back in March. That's when Donald Trump said release the files within the first 100 days when he had the power to do that. But and by the way, Hal, it wasn't a law. It was an executive order by Joe Biden within the first 2 days of 2021 when he did that. Okay, so this is, you can see Epstein. And again, when the Democrats have nothing else to say, they say Epstein. There are some Republicans talking about it in this time frame, but it's mostly just a Republican issue. So let me drop that out for a second. Let's remove that. And I want you to see in the last year, climate change, not an important issue. in the last year, just dropping down, down, down. If this is because it's not really an important issue. If it was, it'd be maintaining high levels of support. Democrats be talking about it all the time. They don't. They'd be talking about it as policy. They don't. If it was important during the government shutdown, they'd be talking about, well, we need more money, 1.5 million, so we could make sure that we're doing climate change properly, because we have to protect the climate, because it's the number one issue, because it costs more money than 3 times more money than all the money in the world to do climate change. Yes, if you do the math, if you look at the studies, it would cost more than 3 times all the money in the world. It literally would take every country in the world doing nothing. The only priority of every country in the world for a decade would be working on climate change to get the CO2 levels, get the greenhouse gases down to where it might reduce the temperature by 1 degree. That's an if. There's no science on that. There's no guarantee on that, because the temperature of the planet changes naturally on its own, and we have nothing that we can do about that. That is something well beyond the capabilities of human beings. That's just the planet being the planet. So climate change isn't a real issue. Neither is Elise Stefanik for that part. Let's go back over the last 5 years. She has no real attention. And climate change, yeah, it was big under Joe Biden when he was telling us it is the most important thing, besides, ending the war with Hamas, ending the Ukraine war, feeding families. It was the most important thing, alongside all those other most important things. It is just interesting to me. This isn't the most important thing on American citizens' minds. It may be great and important at Harvard or at Yale. It might be something really important at Columbia or Binghamton University. It's not the most important issue in America. Not by a long shot, because it isn't important. Now, I bring that up because I want to talk about Elise Stefanik a little bit. Now, Elise is a Republican, and I am a Republican, and I have met Elise. I've talked to her back when I was running for Congress, 2013, 2014. I've had conversations with her. So I want to be very clear about that. Now, I've had a big problem because Elise's top priorities, I've talked about this, I think it's got to be said again, because Elise, you need to change this. I don't support you. I'm supporting Larry Sharpe. I think Larry is a better candidate, because I don't have to say to him, hey, day one, you've got $2 million. You've got the support of the Trump administration. You are a sitting member of Congress. You have massive book of donors. You got 45 people who are endorsing you. Can you tell me what are your policies? What are your policies? She doesn't have one. There is no policy. Again, I'm showing you the entire page. From top to bottom, there's no policy. She doesn't even attempt to put the policy together. And she should. If she thinks she can actually win, if she's really trying to win, then she should have policies on here to tell us why she's better than Hochul and or Larry Sharpe. She should be telling us that. She's not. She's telling you her suggestions, what she feels would be a good idea. She's not telling us that. She's telling us these are suggestions. Cut taxes. How? Bring fiscal sanity to Albany. How? Expand school choice. Great. But does that mean is that only public schools? Is that only private schools? Does that cover charter schools? Does that cover homeschooling? She doesn't say. Support parents' rights on what? What issues do you support parents' rights? All of them? Just some of them? Is it only about the trans issue? Is it about every other aspect of raising your child? Where does the line begin and end? We need details here. She doesn't want to go into any of those details. And I think part of the reason why she doesn't want to do that is she wants to give herself the opportunity to get attention. She is desperate for attention right now. She is going full bore. Now, again, this is someone who is a sitting member of Congress. She is known nationally. And you would think she would be able to easily put this together. There's a problem here. And I think it's a pretty big problem. I just want to double check something. So I'm doing this live. Let me show you what I'm doing here. So I want to show you her Congress page. So this is Elise Stefanik for Congress. This is her old page. She still has that up. And when we look at the front page, as I'm just showing you, home, about, news, issues, bang. So she knows she should have policies. And let me make sure, campaign issues, these are all policies. As a congresswoman, she and her team know she needs to tell you what is she going to do. Not that she thinks it's an idea or that she has a wish list. She actually has positions. Let's go to jobs and economy right there. Boom. I've got a page for Elise Stefanik as a congresswoman. What does she want to do? You mean to tell me that after 8 months raising $2 million, having experience and knowing that she should have a website on day one, she can't do the same thing that she's doing right now on her congressional campaigns page? This is a problem. And I wanted to point this there so that you could see side by side. You can do this yourself. Bring up her governor page, bring up her congressional page, both of her campaigns. Look at it side by side. She can tell you why she should be a congresswoman. She can't tell you why she should be a governor. If you can't tell me why, then you shouldn't be there. She's under pressure right now. Bruce Blakeman is absolutely trying to continue to be a candidate. This is according to CBS News. Let me bring this up for you. So, where's it? No. Where is the story? Nope, not the tourist return, not the TSA, not Haggerty. Nope. I had it somewhere. Did I put it in a different file? No, that's it. I put it in a different file. Hang on one second. Sorry. Got switched up. So this is Elise Stefanik. And if you look at it right now, if you do a Google search right now, matter of fact, I will update this live with everyone. And here it is. So she's calling out Governor Hochul as the worst governor in America, which I agree with. Hochul is a horrible governor. But at least you're not being better. Hochul has positions. Larry Sharp has positions. At least you have no positions. You have nothing to tell me why you should be the governor. You have suggestions, not policies. And you know, not only as a candidate, but someone who's sitting in Congress, you know you have to give people policies. You have to explain why they should be voting for you. You know this. You do it for your congressional page. You won't do it for your governor's page. You're not serious. You're just not serious. She goes on, and she's under pressure because there is another Republican, Bruce Blakeman. Here it is. Stefanik's upstate edge holds as Blakeman is starting his tour. Bruce Blakeman is saying the same thing. She's not popular. She can't win. The reason why we're seeing Elise Stefanik right now is because Elise Stefanik is losing massively. We know there was a poll that came out earlier, about a month ago, that came from the Hochul campaign because they thought she was going to run. And they said, oh no, head to head, Kathy Hochul versus Elise Stefanik. Elise Stefanik loses by 30 points. I don't think that was accurate. But then Elise Stefanik came out with a poll that said she's tied with Kathy Hochul. That was 2 weeks ago. I don't believe that poll either. I think the real answer is Elise is losing by about 10, 20 points right now, probably about 20 points. He's in the hole. And so she's desperately trying to improve her public image any way she can. The problem is that's not good for you and me. That's not good for New York State. That's not good for the nation. That's not a benefit. She's just being desperate. And that is a problem, because if she's trying to desperately fix this situation now, if she is so poorly received now, why is she the candidate? Because New York's GOP is treating her like exactly the same way that Kamala was treated by the Democrats. Kamala Harris was anointed. It had nothing to do with the rank and file voters. This is why Bruce Blakeman is running. He wants to show competition. He wants to say, no, let's pick the best person. And it may not be Elise, because even with all the money, even with all of the endorsements, even though she's a congresswoman, that doesn't mean she's the best person. That just means she's got the most political power. That's it. That doesn't mean we have the best person. So Bruce Blakeman is running. And I would be interested to see if Bruce Blakeman, if he's serious, what his positions are. And again, I don't think he will compare. I already know the positions for Larry Sharpe, and you just saw him doing an interview with me. Elise won't. And her people know me. Elise Stefanik's people know who I am. They know from my reputation in central New York. So I'm not unknown to them. The staff know my name. They know who I am. They know what I do. She could be on this program. She won't be. Kathy Hochul won't be. Not unless they need the votes. This is why we need the subscriptions. Then they will come on. And I know a lot of Republicans aren't happy about this. But this is important. These are important issues. Look, let me explain. Let me try and give you an idea of what I'm talking about here. Because, there we go. This is according to Reuters. No, I don't pay extra for their services. So that's why you see this is behind the paywall. But what we do know is, and I was talking about this in my short on my short video yesterday, is that New York Governor Kathy Hochul wants to raise the corporate tax rate. She wants to move it from 7.5%, possibly as high as 11.5%. That's where Mandami wants it. He wants it about 11.5%. And she's trying to decide, should she do that? Now, New York State is a big income source for the federal government, federal taxes, because of Wall Street and many businesses being in downtown. My computer is acting up. I just noticed my camera's out of wonk. I apologize for that. But this is a problem for us, folks. I don't think Kathy Hochul is looking to increase taxes because of Mandami. The news media will tell you, well, she's capitulating. She's going to do what Mandami won. It means that the Democratic Socialists of America are winning in the Democratic Party. Kathy Hochul is going to bend the knee to the mayor of New York and increase corporate taxes so that he can do his free buses, so he can do his government-owned grocery store. That's not correct. That's not the truth. I don't believe that at all. The fact is that Kathy Hochul has done the math. Zohran Mandami is going to drive people out of New York State. And if he drives out an extra 100,000, that means New York State loses somewhere around $30 billion just in the next year. That means New York City will lose at least $3 billion. That means New York State loses an extra $5 billion. It means that we are going to be in debt. We will not be able to run this state, and we really can't do that now without having extra money. We have to get federal funding to keep New York State open. It's the only way. And she knows that if we have more people running away from New York City, which is one of the biggest sources of biggest cities in New York State, generating huge amounts of income, if we're losing that, and we're losing the people who live in New York City, which has some of the highest incomes in the entire state, then New York City is going to fail. New York State is going to fail. And Kathy Hochul will lose her election. So she's got to find a way to keep the entitlements alive. She's got to find a way to make sure that she can keep giving away the free stuff, just like Zohran Mamdani, but not quite as much as Mamdani, but to give people the free stuff that Cuomo and her, that they've been giving away for the last decade. That means she has to increase taxes. But that means the more that you increase taxes, the more businesses run away. This is why people are leaving New York City. Mamdani promised he's going to raise taxes. They're getting out of New York. Hochul is now saying she has to raise taxes because that money has to come from somewhere. When the people leave New York City, that money has to come from somewhere. We got to make it up. That means more taxes, not just for the rich. It means you. You're going to pay taxes. I've covered this over when I talked about Mamdani and his policies many times. That money has to come from somewhere. Just to stay where we are right now, to not change anything, to not increase any benefits, to keep them exactly the same, means we have to increase taxes on you, not the rich, you. The rich are leaving. They're taking their money, they're taking their jobs, they're taking their families, they're taking their wealth with them. But the money's got to come from somewhere to keep paying for those illegal aliens that they need to maintain power in Congress. Who's going to pay for that? You are. And Kathy Hochul knows it. And she's going to increase taxes. Now, where is Elise Stefanik saying, I have a better solution for that? So I'm going to cut taxes. How? Because we know Hochul has already done the math and said, I can't run this state without increasing taxes. So saying you're going to cut the taxes, how are you going to cut the taxes and keep things going? You should be cutting government as well. You should be shrinking the entitlements as well. But Elise won't say that, and Hochul won't say that, and Mamdani won't say that, but the state's falling apart. This is a problem. Whether you vote for Larry Sharpe or not is your personal decision. Look into Larry Sharpe. He's my friend. I know his policies. I think he's got the right answer. You may not. That's up to you. Vote however you want. I'm only pointing out an issue here, a very big issue that's on the left and the right. They don't have answers. And they need answers. The state needs answers. The city needs answers. And it can't be a pipe dream of, I'll just take it from the rich people. That isn't even an answer. That is virtue signaling. It's useless. It's ineffective. It's not true. It's not real. We need real solutions. And we have to hold these people accountable. Hochul's flip-flopping saying, I'm going to raise taxes now. She promised she wouldn't. She guaranteed that she wouldn't. Now it's, well, I'll kind of raise them just a little bit, and then you lied. And Elise is like, well, I want to cut taxes. How? We need solutions here, folks. These things are crazy. Virtue signaling on the left and the right are not helping anyone. They are not making this situation better for anyone. By the way, this is another reason why Democrats are in trouble. Government shutdown, Democrats got nothing. 43 days. They made Americans go hungry. They left Americans without money to pay their bills. For what? Nothing. Oh, well, we made a point. We already knew the point. There was nothing that Democrats are like, well, we have to fund the ACA. You're still going to debate that. And that is a problem of Democrats in 2009. You guys failed America in 2009, and now we're dealing with the consequences of that failure of creating Obamacare in the first place. Because it can't exist without the federal government. It is a failure. Maybe you want it to fail so you can get Medicare for all, universal health care, which is even worse. You think the government can't do things right now when they have Obamacare? It's only going to get worse if you make it universal health care and you have no choices whatsoever. It's not even like, oh, I can choose one insurance plan or another one. It's you have no choice. The government picks all of your health care. That's a problem. They're only going worse and worse and worse. And 60,000 people were fired. Non-federal workers, 60,000 non-union jobs were fired because of the lockdown. So not only did Democrats not get anything, they didn't get the 1.5 trillion, they didn't get $5, they didn't get any of their positions, they didn't help the illegal aliens, which no one wanted them to help anyway. They weren't helping anyone with SNAP benefits because Trump was going to give people food stamps anyway, so they didn't help anyone with that. And in fact, 60,000 people lost their jobs because of the Democrats and their government shutdown. But they want to blame Republicans. They want to blame MAGA. They want to blame Trump because they have nothing else. They want power. This is the same thing as what we're seeing in New York. It's the same thing with illegal aliens in Duckworth. They don't care about you. They want power. And that is upsetting to me. It's crazy. This is crazy. I don't get this. I don't get this. Let me add one last thing. And I do see, let's see. By the way, before we go any further, I had shown you earlier and Hal from New York had asked, which law did Biden change in terms of the census? Well, as I mentioned, it was changed in his executive orders. Dow did the homework on it, reminding the exact term. It was Biden's executive order ensuring a lawful and accurate enumeration and apportionment pursuant to the decennial census. So this was an amendment to the 10-year census under the Biden administration, his executive order. And Dow went on to say, Biden's executive order revoked 2 Trump-era directives, Executive Order 13880 from July 11th, 2019, which aimed to collect citizenship data for the census, and the presidential memorandum of July 2020, which would be about the illegal aliens. So, yeah, folks, I don't make these things up. I'm not pulling this out of my ass. I remember these things because most people forget. The data is there. It's true. All right. One last thing, and then I'll let you guys go. I saw this just before the show started. And it was on, this is from a guy named Johnny Midnight. I don't know who he is. It looks like he works on radio. He's a radio jockey, talk radio perhaps. He's on WFJB AM 1776. It's a parody account, apparently. And he says, did you vote for this? Which is something that Democrats were saying to us back in February and March. They stopped. You remember they stopped that campaign because they used to say, well, Trump is trying to do this. Did you vote for that? And people said, yes. Trump is trying to do mass deportation. Did you vote for that? Yes. Trump is trying to end 8 wars. Did you vote for that? Yes. They stopped asking us this because what Trump is doing is what he told people he was going to do, and people voted for him to do that. So Democrats stopped saying that because it didn't work for them. So Johnny Midnight says, did you vote for this? Trump has kicked out 8,980 active duty and 5,727 reserve members of the military who identify as transgender. Do you agree with this? Yes. And everyone should. The United States military, and I saw this, we just came from, we just had Veterans Day. We just had the Marine Corps birthday this week. And so I thought this was something that should be addressed, especially since I've served in the military. My father was in the military during Vietnam. A lot of my friends are military. Members of my family have been in the military as well. Not everyone's a Marine, but a lot of people I know are. But I also know people who've been in the Army, a couple people in the Navy, submariners. I don't know anyone who was ever in the Air Force. Just odd. I just don't know people who were, or at least no one has ever admitted that they were in the Air Force. But anyway, okay. And I can tell you, the military is meant to be uniform. It is, you're not special. You are replaceable. You are a cog in the machine. Every Marine is a rifleman. We just celebrated 250 years of the Marine Corps. And the Marines are all basic riflemen, from the commandant of the Marine Corps down to the recruit just getting out of basic. Every single Marine is a rifleman, period, point blank. We do other stuff too, but we're riflemen. We are grunts. We go in, we find it through superior firepower maneuver, we engage with the enemy to remove his willingness and ability to continue to fight. That is every Marine. There is no stipulation in that for someone special, for giving them special treatment, to give them special surgeries or give them special medications to maintain their self-image. There is no self-image. I'm a basic rifleman. Every woman who's a Marine, every man who's a Marine, all Marines are riflemen. We don't have time for anything else. We don't think about anything else. That's not our job. There's no room for, and you are special and you need a carve out. That is why we should, I think Trump was correct. And yes, these people are no longer in the military. That's okay. Yes, I voted for that. And that is the right thing to do, because our military isn't a feel-good, warm, fuzzy kind of thing. I know they tried to say that too during the Biden administration. Oh, look, I have two moms. Oh, I'm in the military. It's like being in college. No, it's not. It's not. Don't lie to us. Don't lie to American citizens. Don't lie to people in the service. It's not. You may not like it, but yes, we did vote for it. Can't be in the military. They can't be in the military. It's just, that's not what the military's for. All right, folks. So we've been together almost for 5 hours today. A little hectic, a little crazy. It happens. It's probably the weather. It started snowing here in New York. But I hope you found it somewhat interesting, enlightening, hopefully not too aggravating. I know some people get pissed off because they hate watch the show. Hope not too many people like that. But I want to thank you for taking the time to be here with us on the show. I thank you for the many comments from Hal, from Dal, from Joel, from John Lascombe. I want to thank the guys who made the donations, Joel and John Lascombe, to help with the Jericho Project, to be able to give them $2,000 on January 2026, because I do not expect Zoran Mandami or the government will take care of the homeless or veterans or families, because they're not doing it now. Whether there's a government shutdown or not, New York City, under Eric Adams, under Kathy Hochul, they're not taking care of these people. We have to. And I'm putting my money right by my mouth, and I'm going to make sure I can give as much as I can to the Jericho Project. I hope you'll also be able to just share this with me and get this out to 2,000 people, so we can get more people to donate $1, $2, so we can get that donation to the Jericho Project. And I can ask Kathy Hochul and Elise Stefanik to come onto this program, do an interview, and answer your questions. That's what I'd like to do. I hope we can do that by the end of the holiday season. Together we will. Look, it's starting to snow in New York State, so make sure that you're safe, you're warm. If you have an extra winter jacket, you're not using it, please donate it to like the Salvation Army or a community, your local church or synagogue or mosque, so that they can give it to someone who's homeless and is cold. It is cold out there. Let's help them if we can. We don't need to wait for Zoran Mandami or Kathy Hochul or Eric Adams or any elected official to help our community. We can do it together. Folks, I thank you. I want you to be well, and I will talk to you again very, very soon. Thank you, everyone.